Let me put... You know, I don't think anybody cares one way or another. Honestly, I don't think many people... where's the vision? Let's see. I don't think many people, like, care one way or another. About if I have music tracks saved to this VOD or not. I don't get the impression that people really care. So I usually just save the music to the VOD, but technically I can not do that. You just put it on a different audio track and it won't save. Alright, we're gonna try our luck. And by that I mean the 2 p.m. slot never responded. But I'm also like, like, what's the worst that can happen? We've had somebody miss on accident one time and it was pretty funny. I don't remember who it was anymore. Not that I would name the individual, but there has been one person historically that forgot they had bi-weekly VOD review. And so they just messaged me, like a day later or something, after they missed their slot. It was funny to me because it wasn't even the same day. It was like a whole other day. And they were like, oh my god, I'm sorry. I was like, don't worry. We had a really funny laugh about it. What is it? Coquette. I can never remember if Irene is Coquette or Lekimoto on her YouTube. But what is it? It's 2 o'clock. Timer's ticking. Fuck it. Yeah, I do bi-weekly VOD review. Bi-weekly-ish. Bi-weekly is oops, sorry. Is a little bit flexible. It looks like this, basically. I do it and I ping in the NorCal Discord, but also on my bluesky at Bike and Player. I'll just post it on there on Monday. It'll look like this. It's just open for anybody. People can just submit, basically. All right, the 2 p.m. slot didn't make it today. So we're chilling for like 40 minutes. But if anybody has questions, feel free. Otherwise, I guess I'll just practice some of my inputs for like an hour. Alright, sure. I haven't comboed Slayer. But yeah, it's open to anybody. I don't force only beginners. I don't enforce anything like that. Technically, people don't even have to submit their own replays. One of the submissions today is just like high-level gameplay. And I just talk about the high-level gameplay a bit. Ideally, like focusing on what they're talking about. How many licks to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know. How far do I think it's from? Yeah, I did have kind of a funny interaction this time around with VOD review submissions, just because. Although it did make me realize something, I do have to update the form to be a little bit more flexible on the time slot question, because I realized I only give people the option to pick between 2 times or to just say you're okay with any time. And I realized recently some people's time constraints are just I need to leave by 5 p.m. or something like that, which is a handful of time slots, right? That's like 4 or 5 time slots. So I'll probably adjust the form so that it just says next time like my time, like an open forum that is like, if you must leave or like can't be before a specific time slot, just like specify it here, basically. So I'll probably add that. But the reason I realized is I did get a submission, and I'll always leave them as unnamed individuals. I'm not a big fan of shaming the homies for no particular reason. I'd sooner do it for somebody's gameplay than like your actions as like a normal human. But I did get a submission of somebody that selected I'm okay with any time slot, and then I messaged them their time slot, and they're like, ooh, I have work like at that time. And in my head I was like, bro, you can't put I'm okay with any time slot if even one of them at that point, like, it was one of those where I get that statistically speaking you have to get unlucky, right? You have to get unlucky, and because they basically had work and it only conflicted with maybe like a couple of the time slots. It conflicted with the tail end of the time slots, right? Was it you? No, because you actually just responded. No, it was not you. You're good. It was specifically I messaged the person their time slot to this time, not in one of the previous ones. I messaged somebody their time slot, and then they immediately were like, ooh, I work. Is there any way we could do it later? And I responded, there are no later time slots. Like, the form is, like, mad self-explanatory. You did that last time? No, last time something came up later. I understand. It's like the person that had a cancellation today. Things happen, right? But the thing that got me was this person said I have work. And I'm like, I posted on Monday. I'm like, surely there's no way that this came up in the last, like, 2 days. I feel like this person had to have known that they had work. And I guess probably just forgot, admittedly, right? Like, oh, I just forgot I have work at this time. But, no, I've gotten it before where someone will say, oh, sorry, like, something came up and etc., like, I need it by this time or I need whatever, right? Oh, actually, another person. But they told me when I was reaching out to confirm time slots. I reached out and somebody said, oh, like, I actually had a couple people have, like, a little bit of stuff happen here or there for this one. And they said, what's it called? Well, oh, they said that they had, like, family stuff come up. Not bad, just, like, they basically got dragged to, like, a family event. And so they said, like, oh, sorry, like, I can't, like, do my VOD review tomorrow. I'm like, that's fine. That sounds like something that just happens. Where it's, like, on Thursday of that week, your family was like, hey, by the way, you know, like, that shit just happens. Right? So it's never, like, I never actually get mad, is the way I would put it. Unless it's some kind of nonsensical shit, like the one that happened, where I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I squinted my eyes a little bit. I was like, I don't feel like this person had just found out they had work at this time. But it's cool. I'll probably update the forum a little bit so that it gives an option to explain somebody's time constraints, if they have any, like, going into it. Just because it's nice to keep the forum updated to be more accurate. Too busy with that grind to read the forum. I will say, there are a lot of people. Actually, I did get somebody that a lot of people admittedly miss the day. Like, I sometimes fuck it up when I message somebody. I've had multiple people be like, wait, Saturday? I thought it was Sunday. And I'm like, oh shit, I should check the forum. I'll just forget which day I say sometimes. Because I rotate the day on purpose. I rotate the day on the off chance somebody is always busy Saturdays or Sundays, right? But I do assume that most people, yeah, that happened with you. I do assume that most people are probably free on a Saturday or Sunday, eventually. I haven't really cared enough to do a midweek, bi-weekly VOD review, mostly because of time zones. Time zones make it so that it doesn't feel like it would be nice to do, like, if I do a midweek one, I guess I could do them kind of earlier, but then it's like a lot of people work, right? A lot of people work during the midweek, so it's like I wouldn't want to post times any sooner than like 5 p.m. on the West Coast, but then that problem is like, okay, but now the East Coasters are doing like VOD review at like 11:30 or some shit. Like, some of these time slots are already kind of late, and they do factor in the Eastern Coast. You're gonna do some labbing, thanks for the advice. Yeah, let me know how that goes. Hopefully it feels better after a while. right? Because if you guys notice, the final time slot on the forum is 6 p.m., which is 9 p.m. on the East Coast. That means that assuming I do it on a Sunday, somebody can be in bed by about 10-ish on the East Coast, if that's what they want. I find that most people that are like towards the east tend to favor earlier time slots anyway, because obviously like 3 p.m. here translates to like 6 p.m. over there, so it just makes a lot of sense that they'll pick those time slots. But the point is that I did put a little bit more thought into this than maybe it might have seemed. And admittedly, I mean, like, I just adjusted it over time, where I'm like, oh, you know what, I didn't consider this initially, etc., etc. But I did get somebody that I finally got somebody else. Somebody else hit me with the, tomorrow, isn't it Sunday? And I knew for a fact it was a Saturday VOD review. And so I screenshotted the date that says the date, and it says VOD review at the very top, because that's the title of the forum. It's the date, and it says the date VOD review. I might have to literally start making the VOD review look like this, where it's gonna be this, and in parentheticals right after this it's gonna say Saturday or Sunday. I might actually just have to start doing that to help avoid confusion, because I understand that because they rotate for the sake of flexibility, that some people do genuinely forget if it's on a Sunday or Saturday. The other reason I rotate, another big reason I rotate dates is because of locals. A lot of people's locals will be on the weekend and are either on a Saturday or Sunday. And assuming that your local is always overlapping coincidentally with the bi-weekly VOD review, you would never get it if I always did it on, say, like Saturday, etc. I also have to time around my locals a lot of the times. So sometimes if I go to HOV, I have to do VOD review on Sunday instead that week if it's VOD review, right? Like, I've done that once or twice before. But yeah, you'd be surprised how many people... I mean, I guess you wouldn't. But let me see. I mean, admittedly, I mean, I haven't read what I wrote because I just copy the form every time. You can just duplicate a form and rename it. And that's what I do. I don't exactly, like, remake the whole thing every time. I just make a new form every time. I did once upon a time consider not remaking the form and just using the same one and editing it. But it gets kind of complicated with submissions. Like, I wouldn't be able to keep track of submissions easily. I would basically have to, like, delete the responses and do it all over again. I guess I could do that. I kind of like having them separated, if that makes sense. It's nice to have, like, a history of them. It's not necessarily as hard as you think, Dane, because Google Forms gives you the ability to delete responses. So I can just delete the responses, and then people could go ham. But I basically don't want to babysit the forum. Admittedly, it's never really been an issue with the submission of with the quantity of submissions. That's like not a thing I ever have to worry about. With the VOD review. In other words, a lot of the times, people don't. This is actually the first time ever that I just get a lot of responses, which kind of makes sense. I think it's like right after Frost season, a lot of people just want to maybe like improve at the game right now while it's still like fresh in their brains. And so I think like that's a part of it. But I didn't want to keep the same form because I kind of do want it to be a new link every time. If somebody for whatever reason bookmarks the old link, it would be too convenient to submit responses over and over again. And if I somehow forget, then someone can basically just like go like, I wonder if the form is like open right now, and they would open it and they would just submit a VOD review because I forgot to close it or something. Right? So it's been easier so far for me to just make new ones. Although it's definitely feasible to use the same one. I just don't really mind, is the way I would put it. I don't really mind making a new one every time and then just closing it and never using it again. A lot of my... Or not a lot. My Google Forms or whatever just looks like this. It's literally just all the VOD reviews I've done in the past. Right? 601, 706, 622. I love when you can see the big, like, I stopped doing VOD review. Where is it? Yeah, 914. And then I was like, yeah, I don't feel like doing them until the new year. So I just stopped. But I think it's mostly fine. I don't know. Is there anything you guys think I'm missing on the forums? I feel like they're relatively self-explanatory. The one thing I did realize is that I do need to update the time slots to allow people to specify if their time constraint is just leaving by a certain time or not being reviewed before a certain time. Because I realize that is actually how a lot of people's time constraints are realistically. It's just, oh, I need to leave my house by 6 p.m. or I don't get home until after 5. And it's like, okay. Or like for the most part, that might overlap with just picking 2 time slots. But technically, 2 time slots is not going to cover everybody. It also makes my life a little bit easier because I do have to coordinate the times as best as I can. And honestly, for the most part, it's been pretty lenient. Shout out to people that don't have time constraints. That shit really helps a lot. Mostly because it just means like, oh sweet, I don't have to like think too hard. I usually figure out about half of the people's times because they specify them. And then I'll just shove a lot of the other people like in between or maybe towards the end. A lot of motherfuckers do not like the late time slots. But I'm not trying to do this any earlier. I've considered starting at 12 p.m. but it feels like too early in the day for me to fucking want to do VOD review at noon. Maybe 1 p.m. I'll consider maybe shifting it to like 1 p.m. start time. Basically, the time frame is flexible, but not like that much. Like I said, I don't really want to forget that there's an Eastern Coast. 12 p.m. is too early for me to like do things that are not like related to the rest of my day. Right? Like for example, today I woke up at like 10:30. No, that's not true. I got out of bed at 11. I slept in for sure. I got out of bed at 11. And like, you know, like I woke up, I took a shower, I had some breakfast. By that point it was basically lunch. And so it's like I get to chill for a little bit. But if I want to do it at 12 p.m., I know that that means I realistically have to start my day at like on the weekend, by the way. I have to start my day on the weekend at like 9 a.m. or something like that. Nothing unrealistically early, but still early for a guy like me to want to roll out of bed and do shit like this. I will say that like there have been moments when I'm like, man, fuck extra play. I'm about to do this shit once a month. And I have that brief moment, and then I'm like, nah, it's chill. A lot of my reason for why I can always just do bi-weekly VOD review and not actually get burnt out is that I know realistically I'm just gonna play Exerd like 4 hours that day anyway on the weekend. If it doesn't translate to VOD review, it would just be me playing Exerd. So I'm like, oh boy, I get to add 4 more hours to the hours on my Steam. Or I could do something productive and actually like try to work on helping people. I just realized why this feels bad. In my head I was like, I keep, one day I will get used to my Exerd not loading in at the correct resolution. But I'm not there yet. I might actually just reinstall my game. I didn't even think about it. Maybe that'll fix it. Oh, there is one thing. It's actually pretty far away from being feasible because I haven't even tested it. I haven't found the time to test it. I have considered adjusting VOD review to be a little bit different. But I haven't looked into the specifics of it. But I have considered testing, maybe doing like a VOD review stream where I have like less submissions than normal and maybe a slightly wider window, like 45 minutes or something like that, or maybe like 50 minutes, and I'll have people submit their replay folder and I'll do replay takeover during their matches. But I haven't worked that out in my brain in terms of how to make it actually productive VOD review versus me just giving you like a solution here or there. Because replay takeover is a little bit more, oh, this specific situation, you do this specific thing, and while that's good, you'll learn that one specific thing in that one specific situation. You won't really improve your overall understanding of the game. A lot of the VOD reviews so far, people have probably noticed, is a lot more, is on average trying to be a lot more geared towards, like, you just need to think of this concept in general, right? And then sometimes, I mean, it's inescapable. You have to talk about a character versus another character eventually. Matchups are a factor always. So that's kind of like the biggest reason I haven't done it. But it sounds like a fun idea, and I've considered experimenting more with replay takeover, and then basically just doing people's VOD reviews that way. The other reason being that, one, it means people also don't have to upload their matches if they don't want to. They can just forward me a folder. Although, again, I haven't looked at how Google Forms works, because I don't even know if Google Forms gives the option for people to upload a file. But I want to say Excerpt, for the most part, is pretty lax about you just switching out a replay folder for another one. Because the replays are always named the same thing. So I don't think the game, I doubt Steam Cloud would notice the actual like file sizes are different. It probably just checks the names and calls it a day, if I had to guess. Maybe it would check the like metadata for like time slots or things like that, or like last modified, whatever, but I kind of doubt it. I don't get that impression of it being like that in depth. But I do think it's a cool idea to do VOD review that way. I just need to see how the replay takeover works. Technically, if it was something closer to, like, if it could emulate how Street Fighter 6 replays work, then it would maybe actually be pretty good. Because if I'm not mistaken, Street Fighter 6 just basically lets you rewind and fast forward through matches and rounds. And while the fast forward isn't really that relevant, the rewind is really relevant. And I don't know if the Exert tool for replay takeover has like any kind of similarity to that. So know that it is a thought I've had, but absolutely not a thing I'm like, oh yeah, I could just try that. Like I have quite literally put zero effort into looking into it. But I did see that because the replay takeover is progressing pretty well, like the person working on it, shout outs to them, has been making more progress in it. How many am I at? 88,877. You know, my match count is honestly slowing down a lot these days. I feel like I used to rapidly shoot up in my match count. And I think these days I've ironically enough slowed down a lot. Maybe it is because I do things like VOD review and just a lot more training mode these days. And training mode for like not even my characters, training mode for like other shit. I was looking at something. Do I have water? This would be a good time. Actually, this is a perfect time for me to go get more water, since we have quite literally nobody doing VOD review. I wonder if, hold on. Is this thing plugged in and working? I think it is. Oh, dude. The fucking delayed onset muscle soreness is fucking me up today. I just got out of my chair and I felt the entirety of the muscles in my leg, bro. Oh, it's being annoying again. True. Actually, is this USB plugged in still? Oh, it is. Okay. I love that the thing that I use to capture the DSLR camera I have is just like the biggest 50-50 of all time. Like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But it also costed like nothing. So I've like never cared. Maybe I should just get another one. I think they're quite literally like 20 bucks. Funny enough, it is actually the same thing I used to capture my actual like other stuff too. Maybe it is just busted. Dang, shit finally kicked the bucket. This one lasted a hot minute too. Alright, 10 minutes. I'm still good on time to fuck around. Oh wait, actually I think I can just use this USB port. This might work. Dang, I think it is busted. I might have to just mess with it later. Let's see. It's always like kind of been weird about just working. But the funny thing is like sometimes I'll just restart my computer and it works again. I guess I can just use those. Oh dude, I just stretched my arm and it hurt. Fuck. Yeah, we can just use that. I just hate how bad this webcam is at adjusting for like if the window's open. Dude, you know who is more chill these days? This guy. What's up, buddy? He doesn't shake no more, bro. He actually fucks with me a lot. I give him treats, and I think it's because he sees me the most. I asked my mom, I'm like, are you gonna train the dog to know how to use the restroom? And she responded by like, no, we just got him diapers. It's like, oh. All right, I guess. I still take him outside to go to the bathroom, and he's actually pretty good about it. I don't think he really pees in the house much. He's really funny though. He's like not he's like a really weird dog. He doesn't really, you know, like dogs won't stop licking you. He doesn't really do that much. He's like pretty chill. He actually just likes a lot of attention. Like he usually, like if you just kind of hang out with him like this, he'll just chill. He just chills after a while. I think he's actually kind of tired and it's fucking hot. This review goes dummy. You know what's even better is I'm not editing this VOD. So this is just gonna, oh shit, I'm gonna dox myself. I didn't even think about that. I think I've done it before though, it's not a big deal. Because I'm still just uploading this shit exactly the same to YouTube. I'm doxing my dog, too. Right, Goofy? Doxing yourself live at Frosty Fucking 26. No, I had a mask. Remember, I had a mask. My parents asked. They were like, "Why do you wear a mask?" Because they saw the top 8 video, and I was like, "Oh, I don't know. I just get used to it." They were like, "Oh, are you like trying to make sure people don't know who you are?" And I was like, I'm not famous, bro. Like, do not worry about that. That is not my concern. That's not a factor. Goodbye, you know he likes cat treats. He fucks with cat treats. Nora's gonna wake up too when she hears the bag. Yeah, there she is. This little dude will fuck with like anything. These are cat treats. No, not right now. Oh, it's because he's just waking up. He's being weird about it. I was gonna buy him dog treats, and then he just liked the cat treats. So I was like, I guess I'll just give him cat treats. It's chill. Alright. Your 5 minutes of fame are up, buddy. And by that I mean I'm gonna put you back in the hot-ass living room. It's hot here, too, but it's probably nicer on the tile for him. Nora stands up. Yeah, she's assumed the position. I'll give her her treats. I don't like baiting her for no reason. Come on, Goofy. Good boy. Dude, okay, I'm not getting up anymore. It hurts to get up. It hurts to get up. It hurts to sit down. I'm good. I'm good. That was a productive VOD. We had like 3 more minutes to kill before the next one. Wait, why are you here? I thought you had shit to do, man. Can I still get that off of that? I think I can. Because it still yields on to, right? Wait, how would I do it? I would do... Okay. Oh, that's kind of hard to do compared to JD. JD is like super automated there. Just press it. This one's kind of hard to make ambiguous compared to JD. How many is that? That's one 50-50 into another 50-50. Right? Because it's the first F Shiki is a 50-50. The Yozansen's RC at the end is another 50-50. The Tatami, if they block it standing, will be a 50-50. And if they block the high again, then you'll get another. It's 4 50-50s. But a lot has to go right, admittedly. But if you kind of do the defensive responses that I expect here, I do technically get potentially 3 50 or 4 50-50s back to back. But that's assuming I just keep going high every time I think about it. If I go low at any point, then I don't get any more. But that is kind of cheap that you just kind of have to keep blocking high there. And I get a lot of free value. Dude, I hate this input, bro. Dash, get at the top, and it fucking blows. I've always hated it. I hated it back on pad too. It's just like having to relearn this input pisses me off. I am slowly getting there. My hope is like in 2 months or so that I'll have enough control of like my left ring finger that these inputs are more consistent. Like in the state of a mash like those. I think I still worry too much about being as fast as I would probably do it on pad, but it's just not relevant. It really isn't. Alright. Is it? Close enough. 237 is basically 240. If you just don't think about it too hard. Dude, the one thing I do wish I could do... Actually, wait, I can, right? Dane is the second to last one. Because I already have the time slots written down, actually, so I can just open shit up. Oh, you played Pat at Frosty's? I didn't even know. Too aggressive in the matchup. I see. Your losers rounds was Ukio, Elvin, Pat. Oh, you beat Elvin? Were you the one that knocked Elvin out in losers? Well, I guess by that logic, yes, actually. Nice, good stuff. I also think oh, what's up, favorite? I think Dizzy on paper probably fucks up Faust if they play the way that a lot of Faust players do. Or I don't necessarily think the matchup's bad. I think the way Faust players want to play versus a zoner is bad. They're just like, I will be the better zoner via RNG. And Dizzy's like, yeah, go for it, bro. Have a great time doing that shit. Alright. Oh, banger alert. Alright. Eat this real quick. It's a short VOD, so we'll just skim through it. It does sound like I do get the impression a lot of people are a little too active versus Dizzy. Dizzy versus Chipp. My usual thought process, and I'll explain it. Let me bust out a notepad so I remember to write stuff down. There is like a spacings versus Chipp basically, where he has like really common options. Options that the way I look at it is Chipp is a character where once a certain amount of distance is present between myself and Chipp, I kind of have to play for those options potentially happening. Because if I don't, the downside is too great, right? It doesn't necessarily mean I'm always doing nothing, but I'm almost always playing in a way where I'm like playing around H teleport or alpha, etc., etc. A lot of the options that I'm probably gonna expect. I like round star weight. That was a really confident air throw on his part. I don't think jumping back here was necessarily a bad idea. I think he just catches it. You could argue that IAD back button is safer there, but it's like tomato. He just guesses right. Boom. Yes, I am a big fan. Always take it. Always take it. Chipp is not that high damage. You just chill a little bit. Force mix up. I like this. Yeah, so this is a good example of distance. Once I move back and he moves back, I almost always have to wait here. I think until you establish that he can't just do this, it's unsafe to assume that at this distance you can jump. Right? Because the big thing is like you have to play to punish this option at the beginning. I think you just make the assumption. Because the other thing you tell yourself is what else is Chipp gonna do at this distance, right? We'll talk about it more in like training mode, but Chipp wants things like this to happen. Where like he doesn't want a scramble necessarily. He just wants to be close to you in a way where Chipp being fast is a problem again now. 6P is what I would probably do. This can't be wrong. This is a shitty danger time to get as Dizzy. Doesn't really favor you in a character matchup like this. This is mad unlucky for sure. Happens. TK Ryunagi low? I was wrong. He did same side high. That was I hate when I lose rounds like that. It feels so bad. It's like all I did was all I did was clash with a fucked up normal. Like, what happened at round start here? Right, backdash. Yeah, that's fine. I would jump back air to air here and then chill. Oh my god, shaky cam, please. Yeah, it's tough. Damn, how did he get this? How did he get this knockdown? Oh, he just had JD in the corner. It was very convenient timing. It's really good execution on this part. Cross up alpha, yeah. This one's tough because it's just like you kind of have to assume they'll do that, or a lot of chips will like to do whiff punch into command grab. But as far as reacting to cross up alpha goes, I'm sure a lot of people already know. Dane might even already know. But when you see whiff punch like this, this is the cross up alpha frame kill. It's almost always this. They knock you down, right? They do this into immediate. It's almost always they do the knockdown, and instead of trying to do that second alpha blade, they basically just cling to the wall, teleport down, like uncling from the wall, basically. Dash into your body with 5p, and that's the frame kill for cross-up alpha. Right? It's not that you actually react to cross-up alpha, you react to the whiff punch. So you're like, getting comboed, okay, boom, boom. Cross-up alpha is going to happen. Because I saw whiff 5p. That's how they time it. A little high for the hit. Oh, that's tough, yeah. I will say, I think Chipp is not a character I like frequently try to air throw like this because the situation after feels so bad sometimes. IB. I would look to burst pressure for sure here. I think it's just too unreasonable. Like right here when he does like this H teleport, as soon as he lands, I'm probably just gonna burst right here. I think it's important that you just represent the option before it's like, I have to do it or I die, like this. Because even if you do it, you already took damage, and like it's too easy to kill you on straight hits. Yeah, there's a little bit too much chasing. I think once you get this dude out, you can just chill. There is also something where, I'm not like an expert, obviously, in this matchup. But there is something I would imagine is pretty strong in this matchup to represent. We'll talk about it. Yeah, that's just easy for Chipp to represent. It's down, knockdown on here. I don't think you can really jail him as Dizzy. I think he does just get out. Alpha is one of the stronger tools that he has in this matchup. I do still believe that he probably beats Dizzy. I just think it's hard. Yeah. And he gets close slash on crouch, so it's guaranteed, yeah. Yeah, I will say that the first round was kind of a wash. The second one was a little scrappy. So it was hard to get like a good feel. Yeah, see, I like air dash back generally over jump back. Mostly because it's going to force Chipp to commit more into you. We'll talk about like running away from Chipp too, actually. Talk about the pace of neutral too. I think it's important. Nice, this is a big hit. Small criticism, but I do think it's really important to note. I don't think you should close slash. I think if the game will give you 2p, the damage difference is irrelevant. Being able to stay mad burst safe with Dizzy is really good. I think you should always take 2p. Always as Dizzy, take a burst safe route. Because your character doesn't really win off damage anyway. That's not what she's going for. It's like the stability of her options that makes it good here. The only reason I say like I pointed out so much is like Ray the Warrior 2Ps here every time, 100%. Especially because people don't like getting hit by Dizzy and then getting comboed into knockdown. So a lot of people burst here. It was good on Pat to not take it, right? Same here, honestly same. Like same situation, because you don't get better damage by picking different buttons, and I do think it's worth just doing 2p, 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 2k, 2d or something like that, right? If you're gonna get 2d anyway, like the damage difference really is negligible. It's really just the knockdown and avoiding, especially in a matchup like this, avoiding resetting to neutral as much as you can. Right, like Pat's honestly been insanely reserved, because all of these, like I would have bursted from the first one. Once you press this, I'll probably burst. Actually, not even here, because it's too far. 2D would whiff. This one for sure. As soon as I see close slash, I'm pressing burst. Because like you're probably not gonna jump cancel to bait, right? And just in general, like that just seems like ill-advised. Same with like if you hit 2k right away, like 2k, like as soon as I see it, I know it's burstable into anything after it this close. With Dizzy, she has to do 2k into nothing. It's a small thing, but just know like you should just stay burst safe all the time. It's too important for Dizzy. Knockdown. This is way better Oki. He messes up trying to get out. But that's good. If I'm not mistaken, I think like Blitz Alpha sneaks out of the usual Fire Bubble Oki, right? Nice air throw. Here I would take not this. We'll talk about it more. I think you should take D-Fish more in general. Because Chipp is a character that can escape this and then just have a ton of movement after. And think about it this way, like, Chipp has to win by getting towards you. At the end of the day, he's fast, etc., etc., but if D-Fish is around you, like, it's just basically a built-in security check. And you can try to play the neutral off of, like, other summons, like the Ice Spear on its own, or you could get a bubble out behind the D-Fish, is what Ray does a lot. It's a good blitz. See, same situation, right? Like, Ray always takes burst safe routes here because he does punch, 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 whatever. And most people don't actually, like, react to the situation necessarily. They're just like, I'm getting punished burst, right? A lot of people don't actually know how to burst Dizzy. So, like, there's a really strong chance if you just bait there that you just get it. Like, maybe Pat knows that it's safe to burst 2k, but he bursted close slash. He didn't burst 2k, right? So... low and invisible. I would still maybe take the burst, but that's debatable. That's debatable. It's not a wrong decision to hold it. If anything, it was probably worth bursting way earlier in the round on some other hit that Chipp got. But I think it had, like, just come back. Yes, so, like, this is too much. This is too much. Something you have to remember, Dane, is, like, especially if he's going to be in the air already, nothing you hit knocks down anyway. So, you'll get damage, but you're just going to scramble with Chipp anyway. I think if people are kind of running away / in the air a lot as Dizzy, it's your opportunity to, especially versus Chipp, to get a summon out. Like, you can air dash back here and, like, get a summon, right? So, like, when this exchange happens and he jumps away, I would probably just start summoning as Dizzy. Because Chipp's in the air. He can't teleport if he's in the air. The only thing he can try to do is alpha into me, but he's already, like, in the sky. If I summon right now, he's not going to be able to do anything about it. But this is kind of why I say, like, these hits don't matter that much. There are a lot of damage. They are. But I think, like, if you can learn anything via me beating Ray, it's that damage isn't that relevant with Dizzy if it doesn't lead into knockdowns, because she's just going to play the neutral versus you again. And, like, that's not that bad. Right? You take that damage when it's definitely presented to you, but I think if someone's playing evasive like this, it's worth just taking the respect and getting summons out. That was a good alpha in from him. Yeah, it's hard to check. He might have even tried. That's a good RPS. He has to do empty land 2D, and it looks like it's still lost. Yeah, it's fucking funny. That's tough for Chipp. You don't want to commit to closer Okazeme because of tablets. This kills 4S. Oh, 4S. Does 4S not combo there? Oh, maybe not. I'm so used to that route killing. Nice though. 2P4S might have, but you were too nervous. No, that's fair. That's fair. Bracket is different. That's the reason I did baby combos in top 8. It's because I was also too nervous. I like that. Good awareness on Chipp's Pat's part. This is why you have to be careful about going into 5H. I think versus Chipp, or slash. What's the time? I think we're at like 20 minutes. Yeah, a little over. All right, I don't want to pause anymore. I think I have like all of the little bits I need for the most part. He baits the burst a little bit. I would burst here. Small note, but when I eat this throw versus Chipp, a lot of the times if he's this early, his mix-up is delay jump S or press the low immediately. So I'll mash my burst sometimes. And if he does this and he commits to like the other 2k, you'll get a gold burst versus him. And same thing, if he does delayed JS, it doesn't safe jump the gold burst. And you're going to get a gold burst because the air throw locks you out of OTG burst. You can only burst the first frame possible, which will give you the gold burst. It's like a small bit of information, but whenever Chipp gets like this air throw and then still tries to set up early Oki like this, where the whole point is that he looks throwable, but if he does delay jump S, it'll catch the throw S. It's good to gold burst that. There's also one thing I do want to check, because I haven't seen it come up, but I have to assume it's kind of weird in the matchup. Shaky cam. This is a bad trade. Yeah, it's a bit of a minor thing in this round too. I also think if somebody stops giving you the obvious burst point like Pat did, try to burst the pressure sequence or something instead. Same thing here. Ray is pretty good about not giving people their burst here. Bray basically never gives people their burst unless he has to, if that makes sense. It's pretty rare. Because I would also burst here. Once you 6H, it's guaranteed. But if you do this, FD break, and then 4S and space it, I can't burst that. And you get another bite of the apple, right? That's how I think Dizzy is a top tier. I think you have to play her like that. It's mad boring. Is mad boring because you're basically like, could they burst? Can I bait it? Okay, I'll do that. Like, you just do it. Because Ray does a lot of FD break 4S there. Where like getting a burst is cool, but not if it probably meant the round like that. What happened there after post teleport? Oh yeah, that happens. You just whiffed the air throw on accident. Like the up back throw turned into IED back JH up in there. Nice. I do like this. I do like that it's like the first time you've managed to pick the right side and get the guess. Get the 2D. I would also maybe try and catch a Ray VOD and see what he does. Because I feel like if you're this nervous about his reversal options, you might as well rip I spike YRC and jump into him and just force a mix up at that point. Because the idea is if Dizzy is just looking at me on her Oki, I feel like she's not doing what she's supposed to do anymore. Because I don't fear Dizzy pressure, personally. I just know that she's not well built for it. I should kill Gamma. Or actually, looking super is the easiest confirm. 20 minutes, alright. Yeah, so I think you were a lot better at it in the later... Like, I noticed that it felt like you were more comfortable in the later games compared to, like, the very first round in the first game. Chipp is a character where, in my eyes, I kind of just want to be, like, far enough away from him that he kind of feels pressured into picking something to punish me doing something from full screen. The last VOD where you were like, Dizzy doesn't do block string, she does mix-ups. He's definitely been making you rethink pressure in general. Yeah, the way I would put it is like, if you've ever seen my answer fight, you notice my answer will just be like, there are no scrolls up, and he runs away and it's like, set. Because I'm like, well, yeah, Answer doesn't want to play the game when he doesn't have that. I think of Dizzy kind of the same way. Like, Dizzy doesn't really want... Even though her strike throw is really good, that's not how... She can't win off strike throw. She's not well built for strike throw. She can't do... she's like Bikin. She only has 2k, and you're not going to use 2D to bait fuzzy jump. So, like, it's hard to consistently bait that versus mashing. She doesn't have high reward counter hits that lead into more, right? Like, I don't want to talk about it too much, but the idea is, like, even if you do this, for example... if you do like this and you do this, it's a lot of damage, but at least in the middle of the screen, this shit like never knocks down. So I don't actually care that much, because if I'm ever gonna win versus Dizzy, it's via not getting Oki'd to death, like almost always. Something I want to check. Yeah, I was gonna say, is there a reason you don't match just 2S more, like when you see like this? That's probably what I would do, unless, let me see. Does this work? Ah, I see. Can I do this? Oh, I see. I wonder if I can do... I see. I don't know if he does that. Alright, never mind. I knew that the first hit probably clashed, but I didn't know what happens after. So I like 2S always with Dizzy when she can get away with it, because 2S is something you do on reaction. It's like really easy to react to 2S. But I know that this clashes. I just didn't know what the post clash looks like. I think this is solid. I think this is not bad. Basically, I think this isn't, don't focus on this too much, but the reason I mention it is that, so I wanted to talk about when Chipp is far away from you, he's not actually far away from you. I play Chipp with the intention of getting really far like this and just sometimes waiting. Because H teleport is like the only way he reaches me. K teleport doesn't actually like... If he does K teleport, he's punishable unless he YRCs it. So you're just kind of waiting. Like if he does K teleport randomly, like let's say he does this. And let's make him mash after. It doesn't matter. K teleport has like mad and lag. Right? So if I'm waiting here, he does K teleport and I see it. I'll just like press a button or throw a lot of the times because he's gonna end up like right next to you. You can just throw too. Right? And the thing I'm looking for is him to heavy teleport. Right? I want him to heavy teleport so that I can RPS versus it a little bit. So that he doesn't always teleport at me. It's not that I do it all the time, but I almost always reset versus a character like Chipp and then just wait a little bit. You could probably do something like this, and it's probably okay, if I had to guess. The idea is more, when it comes to spacings versus Chipp, if I'm like right here, I'm not that worried about heavy teleport unless he's doing pressure. When Chipp's doing pressure versus you, he puts you like around this distance a lot of the times. Let's say he does something like this. He puts you like this distance, and like maybe he'll H teleport at you, or maybe he'll do something else. Once you're like this far out, he's probably just gonna like air to air you. He might dash up and press a button because he's so fast. That a lot of the times the spacing obviously doesn't benefit people. I think it's worth just doing this and then retreating and getting away. I still think you want to play it, in my eyes, kind of like the way Dizzy normally does, which is like, I'm gonna teleport into bubble and try to do something. Or you teleport into bubble and you wait and see if Chipp gets impatient. Right? The thing about Chipp players is they'll H teleport if you're not good at dealing with it. That's just how the character works, right? Normally bubble is really good here because you can't go through it, and so that means a lot to every character that can't teleport. But Chipp can teleport. So if anything, I'm probably going to stick bubble out a lot here as Dizzy and just wait sometimes. Right? Chipp to me is a character that's very risk-reward heavy in terms of how I interact with him. Where I'm okay sort of like not playing my usual game plan all the time and putting a lot more effort into being ready for Chipp to do something like this to me, right? And I think if I was you, I would just like vibe check the Chipp player the first time, because if you mash 2S here as soon as he teleports like this, I think you just win. If they don't do what I did, which is on first clash, I picked JD right after as Chipp, and then it beat everything. But if they do something like this, and they're just like clashing with you, it was like here maybe, 2S mash just looks good, is the way I would put it. And you can wait. The idea is, you know, like let's say I did this, and then I do, air dash bubble, and they're like, I'm gonna teleport, just wait for it. Wait for it. Because you stand to gain more here than Chipp does. You're gonna get, like, I know I said, like, you know, air hits don't matter that much, but this one's more about, like, you're gonna get, like, 30% of his health, and you didn't actually risk anything. All you did was crouch block. Chipp is probably, in a lot of matchups, not gonna actually just run full screen and press a button versus you, especially someone like Pat. If you're ever worried about that, like, let's say you stick the bubble out, and you think, like, maybe he's gonna move at you. Chipp is a character I tend to just jump versus, like this, and then I make him chase me off of my knockdowns, right? Because Chipp, for as fast as he is, he's really hard to, like, hit people with if you're good at, like, just getting out of stuff like this. Because if you notice, none of his buttons are that big. He's just really fast, right? So the TLDR is, you know, make sure you're farther away and look for those options. And when they do slow down, then you just every now and then gamble on your usual shit. And get something out. I think something like backdash into D-Fish summon is probably fine. Let me see if I get the timing like this. And then D-Fish means that you can Tiger Knee, oh my god, I can't. Oh, because I have to do it like this. Then you can Tiger Knee this out, you can get that to pop, then that means the pop is probably going to make something like, what is it? Is it on K? No, it's on H, right? Oh, it's on S. I don't know why I forget now that I'm on hitbox. Right, the bubble will make this safe. It all kind of starts fundamentally from understanding, like, okay, if you're playing a scrappy neutral with Chipp, just focus on not getting hit and trying to get away from Chipp. And once you get about this far from Chipp, it's does he teleport, does he not teleport? This is what it means to fight Chipp. Similarly, when you're chasing Chipp and he runs away like this, and he's, let's say, doing something like this from you, Alpha is also a really common option they will represent. When they're like retreating and pretending to back up, they will also do descending alphas like this. And if you ever block them, they are free punishes. Right? I will usually vibe check a lot of Chipp players there. And go like, no. Like, I know you're full screen, but I'll just wait. The big thing to remember, Dane, is Chipp doesn't get anything from being full screen. He really doesn't. All he gets is, Find Me. Find Me is good. It's not bad. But for whatever reason, not enough Chipp players, like, look to do it. And it honestly doesn't really change my game plan. I can still vaguely see where Chipp is. I'm probably just gonna, like run away, use a little bit more. I think you should use a little bit more D-fish is the thing I was going to talk about. Not because I think it's always good, but it's more when you do this, Chipp is a character that can get out of this like really easily, right? If you default to old reliable, right, which is Firefish, or sorry, Firefish and what the fuck? Firefish into this. If I'm Chipp here, I'm probably going to jump once because I have a really naturally high jump, right? So I'm going to jump once, I'm going to jump again, and then I have a third jump. So you'll never consistently be able to force the mix-up on Chipp off of it. It's almost like you want to get a lot of your openings off of Chipp getting close to you, if that makes sense. You're kind of just focusing on stability, and you're like, well, Chipp wins when he gets close to me. So, like, eventually you might want to try stuff, but I would sooner try something like this to force a mix-up. Let's say you make contact and you save 25 bar while playing kind of slow versus Chipp, just like camping this shit out, getting some bubbles out, sticking shit out, looking for 2S anti-air, looking to block the alphas. And you get to a point where, let's say you actually connect versus Chipp. Now you could try to do something more like this, right? And now you can do like a more stable mix-up. I picked the wrong fish, right? Where I would imagine trying to force it outside of this is hard for Dizzy. Because at this point, it kind of doesn't matter how many jumps you have. I'll probably just air-to-air you and get this hit, right? But it's about being patient and neutral. Or another thing that's important to remember is like Chipp is pretty minus on his strings. So being patient is not necessarily the worst thing ever if you're like, say, pushing him out like this and you do like IB. Then he still has to like guess versus you. Oh my god, I'm so bad at the second one. Oh! There you go. Like this. And then he's minus. So you can do something like 2P // I spike wire C, and then you can jump into Chipp and get a mix-up, right? Chipp is a character I frequently picture as like, while he's very fast, his offense is scary only like off of staggers like this. And staggers are kind of weak to like faultless defensing a little bit. You just kind of like push him out. So like if he does a lot of, then you just like start pushing him out slowly, right? And as he pushes out, his only ways to get back in are spending resources or starting to do things that are minus. And if someone is just kind of minus in your face as Dizzy, then something like 2P // oh, he blocked? Sweet. Right? Like, you just now force delay I spike wire C, and you can just jump at him like this, and it's a mix-up. It's unprotected, sure, but remember, I think Dizzy wins off of mix-ups. I don't think Dizzy wins off of, like, consistent offense or always strike throwing, etc., etc. I think the big thing is just, like, keeping an eye on the pace of neutral, right? And the pace of neutral, to me, is very, like, does it seem like Chipp is chasing me? Does it seem like I am chasing Chipp, etc., right? Generally, I think any time you were chasing Chipp, it was probably not worth it. I don't think it's worth doing it. You almost always want to run away. The only reason you don't run away is so that, let's say you're, like, predictable all the time, you're always, like, air dashing back. It's so that you can do things like this more, right? Oh my god, he's so weird to do it on. Right, and then you get this hit, and then I think Dizzy always wants to take like a 2P, 2K, 2D. Right? You don't want to reset to neutral, especially versus Chipp. You gotta make him like earn his burst. Because the moment he resets to neutral, you have to deal with everything all over again. I think it's less of a big deal in some matchups. Like, who the fuck cares if Leo Whitefang bursts Dizzy, right? It's still gonna be a mission for Leo Whitefang to get back in. Because that's the character he is. But it isn't for Chipp. So for sure, I would work on, in this matchup, if you're not going to do it in every matchup, but for sure this one, just take safe routes. Every time it's an option. If you get like a fat counter hit like this, do this. Raid does a lot of like, I counter hit with this, I'm going to space this knockdown and then take my ice spike knockdown, etc. Right? He doesn't do like, oh sweet, I got a counter hit, time to charge 6H, because it's too guaranteed. Once, well, like I would burst that every day of the week because it's just worth getting out of the vortex versus Dizzy. But for sure, like, more D-fish in neutral. Check H teleport by doing, like, 2S. If they do the JD cancel, I think that's fine if you want to, like, start to interact with it with, like, air throwing or blitzing the immediate JH instead, right? Like, it's easy to forget, like, there are universal solutions here, right? Like, 2S is great, but if it clashes all the time, you might not want to do it. Insane. Was it instantly is when it clashed? Or was it delayed? Yeah, it was kind of instant as when it flashes. So, like, if this happens and they're like, if they don't cancel, then I would just press it again, honestly, like as Dizzy or 6P. Yeah, 6P will probably also just always be JH if I had to guess. Yeah, like that. But also, like, if you're like, damn, this clash is starting to get scary, you could just burst them. Or you could just blitz them. Chipp is a character of risk-reward to me. And what I mean by that is, like, let's say you get this hit. You can get a knockdown. Right? Chipp is the guy that has to, like, worry about, do I really want to return the blitz here? Right? And then you can just Oki him off of that. Right? I think it's worth leveraging 25 bar there because Chipp doesn't really have crazy punishes on shit like that. It's very unlikely a Chipp player will land into 2D unless they're omega confident that you're going to do tap blitz there. A lot of them even just throw the blitz. They don't even like want to do the 2D. Obviously 6P is still good if you know the timing on it, like they're going to do it. Really, I think the thing you're most scared of is if they do JD on the clash, then it gets nasty. But I still think it's worth waiting and learning how to interact with this situation for Dizzy. Because you have to, right? Like, you have to learn how to do that because it's going to happen all the time here. And you only want to do it enough that... Hold on. I forgot the music stopped. You only want to do it enough that he finally waits and you can get a D-fish. Maybe even a laserfish. But laserfish seems hard to use in this matchup a lot of the times if the Chipp player knows to jump the moment that they see firefish. Right? That I would think it's almost like easier to just, like I said, like do D-fish with the respect that they give you. And then I think if you D-fish and then dash into Tiger Knee bubble, I don't know if you even get hit there, honestly. That would be more for like you to try. D-fish is about the stability, right? It's just about forcing Chipp to be like, I teleported in and hit D-fish. Oh shit. Right? D-fish is just an easy thing for you to sit behind. Or more importantly, a thing to make them kind of scared so that you can do this behind D-fish. And then the bubble pops. And then even remember, bubble kind of like... Everything you do might bait Chipp into teleporting into you. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. For like a handful of reasons, right? The big thing is like... Even if you try to like air throw it, which is the safest thing, that's still fine. You're good at not getting... clipped trying to do summons, but I find that you just don't do anything at full screen instead. Even like I said, even learning to interact with this is worth it, especially because like it's so easy to just be like, he teleported. Right, and then you just get a hit. The other thing I was gonna say before I forget, it'll be the last thing I talk about. Don't use 5H versus Chipp, in my opinion. I think it's probably fine versus a lot of characters. But the problem with doing 5H is you have to special cancel or you have to do 2D. And if you do 2D, you have to special cancel. The only thing you can represent to scare Chipp is if you're close enough. You can do delay Ice Spike Wire C. Oh my god, it's hard to get. There it is, right? You could do this and you'll catch him and that's cool. I'm not saying it's bad that you can do that. It's more like the fact that when you press this button, you have to leverage 25 bar to check people doing stuff is kind of bad because you don't want to be forced into that decision ever as anybody. Basically, if you're running block strings on Chipp, use far slash more because it's jump cancelable, right? And then at that point, it's like you can do this and to go back in if you're like Chipp might try to react to that and chase me, etc. Right? You could do this into just 2 air dash backs, right? You can do this, run away, and see if he teleports now, because he's gonna react to you being far, right? So that's what I mean when I say spacings versus Chipp. Once you're a certain distance, like this far, H teleport is fair game, and you have to play for it. Like, you just kind of have to wait around. And if Chipp starts running at you, a lot of times I just like press a jump air, like an air to air backwards, and then like focus on getting away from him. Dizzy's pretty mobile; she'll be able to do it probably. But the idea is that far slash also goes into 2D, so you don't need to worry about that. It still has the delayed Gatling in the 2D. But it's like everything you could do off of that other situation, you can do it with far slash. But far slash is also jump cancelable. So it means like you have an out, right? They can't just assume, like, what if he does alpha like this and you do this and then you air dash back, right? You just get a punish. Right? And the idea is, like, they shouldn't do this if they didn't see a summon, but what if they do? What if they just panic? Or what if they teleport the moment you air dash back and you wait like this and you just 2S? Right? The reason that Far Slash is annoying is because she can summon, but she doesn't have to. That's why Far Slash is broken with Dizzy. Because you can just put yourself in situations like this where it's like, if you do a block string, and a lot of your block strings could have done it because they had close slash in them. So you definitely could have went into S again. Like this, right? But you have a tendency to do a lot of this. And I think Dizzy's a lot easier to fight when she does this, especially for Chipp. Because he actually has really good RPS versus shit like this. A lot of other characters kind of have to respect that you could Fire Pillar or do something like that, but not really Chipp. Right? And that's why it feels like when you do pressure versus Chipp, you're like always really, really like on the back foot. You do this and now you have to guess, right? You have to guess how hard they're going to commit, and the only thing you can do that's safe is spend 25 bar. Where if I'm here, it's like, I could spend 25 bar, so don't get impatient, right? But I also could just scare you into doing this. This is how Ray gets away with it, right? He does it on things like, if you ever see Ray doing shit like this, he does it on Far Slash, and then he just resets if somebody waits. Or he does this. This is a really common setup, I want to say. He does... And that's like, if you flinched for 1 second, guess what? You got blocked. Right? That's a classic. And the reason that you're scared to interact with that is, one, I spike YRC, obviously. But, like, two, she could just back off and do other shit. Like, what if you're like, I'm going to blitz here, and you do tap blitz, and she does this? You just die. She catches the recovery, right? It's because she doesn't have to commit. That's why it's fucking scary. Or you're like, okay, well, like, then I'll just hold up. You know, like, I will always fuzzy jump. One, that's really bad versus this option. If you jump, that's like a free 25 bar for Dizzy if you get away with that. Right? Because she would just do this to you. But even still, like, she can just do the thing that you want to do anyway, which is this, off of it. I would say the two biggest things were for sure, like, in general, you should try more Far Slash. Use Far Slash. Pay attention to what Ray does when he presses Far Slash versus people. You could also just do Far Slash 5H. That is also a galley. And then versus Chipp specifically, learning to interact with the teleports is good. Learning to like run away from Chipp and see how he gets back on top of you and learning how to interact with it. If you can get good at intercepting it or RPSing it, it will slow Chipp down. If they're good Chipps, they will get sick of running into you and getting hit for free. And so then you will maybe get to summon a little bit more. But it is hard. I do think, for what it's worth, it is tricky for Dizzy because a lot of the times H-Fish into Ice Spear is like really good. Like it's really good at just like controlling the neutral of situations. And that doesn't like really happen. In other matchups, sorry. I was looking at something that somebody pinged in Discord. But yeah, try those things for sure. I think those things are big. That's like most of what I noticed. Oh, and if he doesn't give you the burst point, like he doesn't give you the other burst point, you just burst Chipp pressure every now and then. Or burst like the mix-up that he's going to do if it's not a safe jump. It's worth just getting a reset versus Chipp and making him run at you all over again, I think. What is it? MKJ. The burst point earlier. Yeah, I get what you're going for, Dane. I think a lot of people fall into that trap. Funny enough, MKJ was just talking about it the other day, where if you look for just one burst point, then like that's all anybody doesn't give you. You know, like they'll basically do whatever combo they have to avoid that. Like how he even dropped his combo because he's like, well, you're just waiting for the burst, right? And so people will drop their combo and you're just like, I don't know where to burst anymore. So it's like thinking about other spots to do it. I think doing it during block strings or during mix-ups essentially accomplishes like the same goal, right? You would still get your burst to happen. It's just people kind of fixate a lot on like, I want to avoid damage or I want to do whatever. All right, let me pick like halfway into this VOD. I like picking halfway in. The halfway point is usually when people have figured out the other guy's options pretty well. Start the timer and see. Fuck. The responses are not ordered. That's kind of the one thing I do dislike about this format of the Google Docs is like sometimes the responses aren't. Okay, it's because you don't write anything. Sweet. Appreciate it as always. Yeah, let me know how that goes. Hopefully some of that stuff sticks. Keep that stuff in mind, if anything, and then just like watch how Ray does it, because he's gonna have like actual concrete solutions to things. I just know in general that that's how I play versus Chipp. You can't avoid Chipp forever, but you can definitely force him to interact with shit like Blitz or like anti-airs on reaction, etc. And he kind of has to stop teleporting as much, which is usually the problem for characters like Dizzy. This matchup's interesting. This matchup, we used to see it quite a bit at one point, and then we didn't after, I think, Peppery Slash stopped playing Johnny, like, way long ago. Like way long ago. He stopped playing Johnny a long time before he was winning shit with Venom. But, you used to see it a little bit more when he played, that. And then, like, there's a couple instances of, like, Kid Viper back in the day playing, like, LostSoul and them. Space out. I like the sniper. Big catch. This is fine, yeah. Takes the early blitz. So I burst. Yeah, I like no tech there. No tech is fine. That's a good awareness. He got comboed there, no? Oh, he couldn't have. It was too far for punch. Johnny is a character, in my opinion. So like, let's say you're getting caught in this shit, right? The only thing you're trying to burst was rejump I mentioned a while ago. It's a good burst point. It's really hard for Johnny to avoid it. I'll talk about them as they come up. There's probably gonna be burst points. Johnny's hard. Johnny is bursting on hard mode. Like, there is never a just burst here moment versus Johnny. There's always a little bit of nuance to it, and that's why the rejump is nice, because it's mostly straightforward. Backdash is good. Something you gotta realize is, like, if you can kind of pick up on the timing of these things, as he's like when you're here, you have to just kind of assume when the gap is gonna happen. And we'll talk about it in general, because this is a strong habit to represent as Elphelt, is to just do the super jump moment here. And I'll explain why it's different than the other one. Because there's like a specific way you want to do super jump, Pineberry load into air dash. This is fine. This is a good 5H. I like the 2P. 2P is a good adjustment. If somebody's blitzing the 5K run up, then you just do the same block string, but you start with 2P. It's a good adjustment. Here you just wait, and you wall out. Boom, boom. This matchup I find is usually a lot comfier at surface level for Elphelt, because the main thing you're worried about is just like playing around Zwei YRC. Otherwise, the grounded neutral is like oftentimes like frying a lot of Johnny players' brains. Yeah, it's a little too close. Something you can do... Nah, actually, you couldn't do it here. I was gonna say, sometimes you can CQC the 4Hs, but they have to be, like, incredibly slow. It, like, rarely happens. Oh, too far for the Johnny specific. That's tough. Yeah, that was smart on his part to force the throw. Delay tech. Yes, this is smart. Anytime, this is good advice for anybody in general. When Johnny fucks up his combos, do not instantly tech them. You need to delay your tech so that you don't like pop out and miss your punishes. You actually want to like fall with him and press buttons like this so that you land into your punishes. This is a weird confirm hit, yeah. I wonder what you could have done. I'm not going to focus on it, but there's probably something you could have done. I would probably have just done, like, Pine Toss /5H. Like, Micro Dash /5H and pop the nade. That might have worked. Actually, he might have not even needed a // on Johnny. Big hit. This is a subtle thing, and we'll see how much it comes up. But I do think It's kind of like the same advice I gave Kyrie. You gotta internalize doing bridle if it's an option as the knockdown. It's a frame advantage thing, right? And like this is different from a straight 5H. It's like unless you were gonna Roman cancel and kill here or something, it doesn't matter, and being more minus here is not good for you. You're also like further out, so it's harder to actually like force anything the same way. Is the only reason I specify. The bridle is basically, I want to say, like almost always inarguably better because it just translates to more frame advantage compared to ending on this and having to manually load Pineberry as people wake up, basically. But we'll see. It might have just been like an in the moment thing. See how much it comes up. Neutral is obviously different because you're just like fishing for the knockdown off of it, like raw. It's gonna OTG in a weird way. I like backing off here. Good awareness, back off. Backdash here. I backdash here every day of the week as Elphelt. One of the things that you can try to use to your advantage that I think is important is, let's say you trade like this, and we'll talk about it. It's a little bit just in general. I mean, this is a bit specific because it's a trade. But let's say you ever end up in situations like here. If you backdash, Johnny doesn't reach you if he like dashes forward. Right? On like these mid-range exchanges, it's nice to backdash because Johnny is going to convert for more damage on average on his hits than you. And like you can mash the 5H, but I guess I just don't like 5H as a concept because like he can have punishes for, like he can crouch it and play around it potentially, or you can wait for the end lag and try to punish the end lag of it. And like the backdash there is like virtually uncontestable. You could still even just do like backdash button and you would catch him. But I think the fact that she can actually move on the ground with her good poke and play around it gives Johnny a bit of a weird time because he can't do the same versus her. Yeah, see, so like you can end up in situations like this. This is different. This is different. Obviously, he's like baiting this option specifically. He should have just pressed 2D. I think it would work. You don't have a burst, so this doesn't matter. But I guess if it was for the sake of argument, like right here, he like after the second coin hits you, he kind of has to do 2H, which will rise into you, and that would be burstable. Johnny is hard because you have to really like know his combos. Otherwise, like, what's the point? Small adjustments in his routing can also just make him burst safe. You're basically gambling on them picking the route they want to do. This is too far for the re-jump. But it's like pretty alright. That's going to pick up 6H. Oh, that's tough. I also thought 6H would be fine. Let me see. These are also usually fine to burst once he like jumps into this and then finishes his combo. I think technically he can option select this if he doesn't have his burst, I think. I don't remember. It's pretty rare. Obviously it's the end of the combo, but it's important to keep in mind. We'll talk about, there's like another option you haven't done too much. It's really scary to do, but it is not the worst thing versus Johnny. It's scary because you're leveraged, like you're weighing a lot of risk, but we'll talk about like dealing with Johnny pressure a little bit as Elphelt. Because it's better to have something in mind that you're like banking on and you use like once in a blue moon than to like just kind of not have anything in mind. I don't think this range benefits you that much because you kind of have to hit 5H at a specific range to make that work for you, and I think you're actually better off. You remember how I talked about setting up approaches and you were like vaguely here for a bit? It's kind of like that, where like he's giving you a lot of distance between you guys. You can kind of like jump at Johnny and he's kind of got to like deal with it with like P-Miss Finer or whatever, and you don't even have to like commit actually into running into the P-Miss Finer. But the idea is you guys are both basically stuck on exactly what I hate about these two characters, which is neither of you wants to interact with the other person because you don't want to run into a space poke. You're like, I want you to run into my space poke, and it's like, no, I want you to run into my space poke. And so neither of you knows how to actually like move forward and make anything happen outside of these situations. And a lot of it is like air movement. Air movement is like not present on either side. You can burst like right here. Penis finder? What?
Yes.
That's a good butts. If he's smart, he would have bursted there. I think he just burst there and win the round after that. You're just gonna hit because you're running. And that's a fuck situation. I will say, let me see. Ah, yeah, that's tough. Just gets caught holding up, delayed. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about setting up approaches. I already talked about it yesterday, but it's important because it's like actually important. Every time you say penis finder, it sounds like penis finder. Oh, I see. Yeah, you guys both have the same problem. Will's always had this problem too, where he's like, I mean, Johnny plays like this. Johnny has to play like this, but Elphelt doesn't have to. Toss, explosion. Elphelt can really fly in the sky a lot if she wants. Shotgun shot? Oh, just tick throw. Just trying to go over it and delay his descent. I like playing around it like that.
Yes.
I also think something underrated is like, no, actually it's kind of hard to do versus Johnny. I was gonna say 6H is also nice if you're like, if you can end up diagonal like here earlier, then you can like 6H him as he's like falling down. And his delays aren't super relevant because 6H is just so like fat, it'll probably catch either one.
Yes.
Oh, that was spooky, but yes. I would burst. I'd burst here. This is where I would burst. So yes. That was good timing. Air dash back. Oh, that was spooky. Backdash. So again, like right, this is kind of why I'm like, Johnny would have to deal with you backdashing here. Right? Anytime you have these weird like clashes in the mid screen, it's not that he can't deal with it, but he has to commit way harder. If you had backdashed, you would be like over here where my mouse is, right? And so Johnny 2S would maybe hit you. But you would be blocking it like mad far and it wouldn't even be a big deal compared to like blocking a lot of other shit, or more importantly compared to getting literally punished, right? 5H, we'll talk about it, but you need like a real minimum 5H distance. In my opinion. We'll watch like, I think we're already like 10 minutes in, right? Oh, more. We'll watch the rest of this one and we'll talk about some stuff. So I can actually talk about everything. High-low, just fix a safe jump. Yeah, that's tough. I am that guy that tells people you can just react and throw Johnny out of his dash, but it is scary. It is very scary. But when someone's like, what do I do about Johnny Dash? I'm like, you throw it. On reaction. I don't know. That's what I do, man. If you can't do that, shit is tough. Just, oh my god, the risk. It's crazy. / non-scaled starter with like 30% risk and a shotgun lose. Fuck. And he did, like, that was above 50, so he didn't get his guts. That's why I just fucking chunked like that.
Yes.
If he was smart, he would have bursted. He just didn't. Not there on the earlier combo where it was versatile during shotgun loops. A nice confirm. I find a lot of the times Elphelts are relatively comfortable in this matchup because the punishes are so fat versus Johnny sometimes. And Johnny is not like that great at getting out of Elphelt pressure. So it's like the offense is actually pretty great versus Elphelt. I think this matchup is like, once the Elphelt player like kind of knows how to do Elphelt things, I think it's actually harder for Johnny. Like, not actually, it's just more complicated is the way I would put it. Fucking weird combo, but the 2D pickup is a big difference maker. Yeah, I can see it. Well, his air routing, right? He's kind of like fat and heavy, so it's hard to like stagger shit on him. That's a good one too. You can wait a little longer before this. You want to be a little careful on that. I usually wait for like Zwei to be like kind of hitting me. If you do it like that, it's ironically enough kind of burstable. This is fucked because he has a billion bar. He don't really have any good punishes.
Yes.
This is why I don't like shotgun. Because like, once you're in shotgun, you don't have the ability to press anything in front of you except shotgun S. You're too limited. It's good defensively, but you've lost all like offense basically. You've lost the ability to like even threaten an approach. All right. Talk about a couple of things. Honestly, I think the way you burst him was fine. You mostly got the burst that I get. It's kind of hard to get like other ones versus Johnny. I mean, obviously you keep stuff in mind. Like, if you're confident that he's not gonna bait it, then stuff like bursting level 3 OTG is like a standard burst a lot of people will take, where he does 2D coin dash up coin, right? And if you burst the moment he dashes up, and you know, like this is a common one. People will burst this a lot. Right, so like if I get hit, you burst here, and you deny level 3. I don't do it too much. I usually just do it if I have a really strong belief that they're gonna fall for it. Yeah, I think the idea is, I literally Milk told me the other day, he's like, I just stopped bursting and the shit feels better. And I was like, yeah, it's because if you burst like shit, you just lose. It's better to literally not burst at that point. That's actually the realest shit. Even though it doesn't feel good to not burst, or like not burst this frequently, it does feel better to just have that shit hit like every time, in my opinion. But there was something I wanted to talk about. When you're like in this situation where you're getting pressured, it's anti-depression right now, yeah. Whenever you sense like the resets on Johnny's pressure, he usually is never actually jailing, right? Even if he's at like level 3, I don't think he can jail off of anything that's not like 6H for a lot of normals. Let me see. He can off of this. That makes sense. But a lot of the other ones are like whatever. Like once I see Johnny kind of do something like this, 2S is usually what I look for versus Johnny. Or just like the timing on his staggers in general. I was gonna say, it's a little scary, but sometimes you just have to super jump and get out like that. And like, you're probably still in a bad spot. If you can sneak the pine pull, and remember, it's actually kind of hard for Johnny to get the punish here. If you get a super jump when he's like this close to you, when you sneak it out during one of his dashes, and you do super jump, commit to the air dash pine pull, you're out. You're definitely just out. Like, you're not worried about it. It's different from if he's like over here, he's waiting for that. But you do kind of have to like figure out the timing on Johnny's stuff. The reason Johnny's stuff is scary is because you can't run into him even when he like whiffs shit. He's just gonna whiff a button like this and then mash this and still win. Right? That's why Johnny fucking is annoying to fight in his pressure, because you can like never go through him. You basically always have to like go up and around him. He's a lot like Slayer in that sense, I think. Except he just always kills you when he gets the hit. The other thing I was gonna mention is if you notice those gaps and you don't want to fully commit, you can also just hold up into him and press a pine pull. Johnny as a character is a character that does a lot of like this. So like you can just kind of like hold up. And if he committed and he kind of dashes into you, you'll probably just press like what is it, jump S on the way down. Oops. You can like jump into Johnny more than you would think on his pressure. Oh my god, I'm so bad at doing this on hitbox. Right, and you can do something like this. And like Johnny probably won't be able to react and get the backdash in time there. It's usually like they're still recovering from like, I just whipped the button, so you just press yours like this. And the idea to me is like, let's say he does something like this and he waits. He can't actually like punish you for this. Not really. You would just do this and you're like, I was wrong. Time to block. Does that make sense? If you snipe those timings and you don't actually like commit on the forward jump, he can't really punish you unless that's like all he's looking for. It doesn't feel good to do, but I think if somebody is just non-stop pressuring you as Johnny, like holding up forward into them isn't actually that bad as a lot of characters. Like you just hold up forward, block, and then see if it looked like they missed the normal. You'll see if they missed the normal, and you'll just press like jump S on the way down like this. Right? And if they didn't, then you can just wait. What's he gonna do? P-miss fine or nothing happens? You're good. Like, even in situations where you're like right on top of him, you can also just load this and he would whiff 6p and then you would press a button like that. That's the Elphelt classic, where you do this and you're just like getting screwed. Your problem is that you felt like you could only gamble with 5H and 2H. You gotta remember there's a Y-axis. Yes, if you only press buttons to escape Johnny's pressure, you're never gonna beat Johnny consistently as anybody, because the idea is that he just waits. He just waits, and if you press 5H, you just die. He has a button that punishes it. So like 2H is solid. I actually think 2H is fine. I don't think 5H versus his pressure is that good. I think it's actually quite bad. Only because like you have to do it so preemptively and it's such a guaranteed punish that it's like 2H is fine, but if you find that it feels like you're getting pressured a lot, you need to figure out where Johnny is doing, like, this. The big thing to understand is Johnny, for as good as he can't do this for free. That's not a thing he can do. He has to start to do things like this instead, right? He has to do things like coin toss and then whatever, right? So that now, when you hold up, you might block a coin. Let me do it off of like this, and it'll probably work, right? So like, let's say you're here and you're like, I'm gonna hold up because he always does, whatever here, right? Oh, dude, I hate practicing this shit on there, like that, right? So it's like, cool, you just block coin, right? That's it. Like, you just block coin. The idea is like, it costs him a coin, and like the reason Johnny's busted is if he throws a coin, you do just block it and have to continue blocking. That's just how it works. But it costs him a coin every time, and like, you just have to take that. You just have to be like, all right, that's fine. He's either doing that or he's doing 25 bar resets, right? Like, that's... So you just have to like consider that, but realize that when Johnny is redashing all the time on you, it also means you can just jump out, right? If he's redashing raw, like no coins, no YRCs, he hasn't been like incorporating any of that shit in his offense, you can just get out. It's a gamble. It's always a gamble, but you need to get out versus a character like Johnny. You can't win with buttons. And the idea is like, because you're not really committing to a button a lot of the times, you're just blocking whatever he used to like stop you from getting out. Yeah, it's a net win for you. But I noticed that you just didn't do that. My advice to you would be like, just try to figure out where it seems like Johnny is dashing, like a lot. A big button to interact with a lot with Johnny is like 2S. If you see 2S, if he does a block string that looks like this, let's say for example, Johnny cannot get a redash here easily. There are no more cancels, and 2S as far as frame advantage goes is not as good as this or this. These two are way better at forcing you to actually be a little scared about holding up. Because if he does a block string that looks like this, then he might catch you jumping. I don't honestly know too many of what... He would have to do like a raw... He'd have to do this. And that still whiffs, actually. But the idea is, if he's doing a lot of this into like another button like that, then you can jump out of it. But you wait for the button after like this, and you're like, sweet, I can basically like leverage super jump, or Johnny will do what he should do, which is wait like this. If he cancels and he waits and you do something like this, now he can air throw you because he's not actually close to you. But that's not what you're banking on. You're banking on a Johnny player that does like shit like this. What is it? Right, like things like that are like, oh, I see. Like those are the spots where I'm supposed to get out, right? Right, like, right? Or this is where like I should like fuzzy press the button, right? In case he presses 2S, I'll press it late or whatever. But a lot of people will get caught on shit like /cancel dash because Johnny players will make RPS out of doing this a lot, and like the idea is like you're like, oh, he always dashes here, so I'll like hold up, and so you just hold up and you get clipped. You can just do it late, like you don't have to do it late. You can just do it like, oh, okay, I still held up there, right? So now let's record another block string. It's gonna look like this. Let me see. Right, second block string. All right, well, what if I like delayed my hold up? I'm still gonna get it, right? But I didn't run into the 2S. It's actually kind of tricky for Johnny to like deal with this all the time, and that's why it's better for Johnny's on paper, in my opinion, to be okay with pushing themselves out and seeing what people actually do and seeing if you do like 2H or whatever before you get out. And the reason it's good is if you try to super jump escape, they can throw you out of it. But the point is you need a regular jump more, and you need a super jump a little bit more when you're anticipating a lot of those resets. Just be mindful of 2S. 2S is the button that's designated for helping them catch that. And if you block the 2S, realize that, yeah, you can usually hold up after that. And he has to throw a coin, or he has his YYRC. It's kind of hard for him to stop it. Or he respects that you're going to do that. And then at that point, you're like, cool, he's going to respect me. I can probably just do 2H. Right? Something like that. The other thing I was going to say, honestly, it didn't happen as much. But I was going to say, never forget that, like, it's always just better to do this. With the exception of, be careful, the 2S is more up close. It never was, but yeah, I understand. Yeah, I know. You can just do this and it catches jumps. But honestly, even that's fine. I don't really like. I still think at the end of the day, Kitty, you kind of have to gamble on that because, yeah, you block 2H in the air, but it's like Johnny is plus on whiff, bro. Nobody is punishing this if they wait and he misses and then they do something after. Like, I don't never punish Johnny ever for missing this move. It's too hard to do it in the match. It's like impossible. But I'm like, you know what? I'd rather just fucking hold up into it half the time anyway. Like, I actually would just rather hold up into it a lot of the time. And that's okay with me. I think it's from like here. 2H crouching recovery? Fuck if I know, man. Like, dude. Yeah, it is. But it's like, you see my point? Like, you're never hitting that. So it's like, a lot of the times I understand that this catches jumping. I don't care. I know that like Johnny players are like immune to the idea that it's like, dude, nobody's hitting this reaction consistent. Look at that. Like, you have to be so ready to like, look at it. I know that you're trying to help, but my point is like, believe me, I made that realization a long time ago. It's like, oh, you can 2H, but it doesn't matter. You're 10 years younger, you would get a fat 5k punish. Yeah. 5k is okay here, but it's just so hard to get. And a lot of the times, if he's close, you're just going to block it anyway, so it doesn't matter. I would rather just IB and hold up. My advice still applies, I think, most of the time. If he starts doing 2H, then you'll just learn to play around blocking 2H. But you didn't even force him to do it, so you'll have to get there. As a thing of existing and up close, which isn't a factor further back. I mean, yeah, honestly, 2S never came up. Like, this 2S 5H shit, this shit never came up. If you're blocking 2S here, you might as well just wait. Because, I mean, he's still plus. He's still just going to miscancel into a button and frame trap. Or he'll just do a normal delayed Gatling if he thinks you're going to hold up. Like, the situation is just Johnny favored anyway. I wasn't really talking about that. I was more like these 2S's are the ones that happened a bunch in the match. It was a bunch of these 2S's. Those 2S's are way more interactive. You can just kind of hold up versus them a lot as a level 1 check to Johnny. The other thing I was going to say is... make sure you always take your bridal knockdown if it's like an option for you. Yeah, it's a bi-weekly VOD review, so we just finished watching the matches. Make sure you always take it, man. It's literally more frame advantage to do this. Look at it. It didn't happen that much, but it's like, just don't overthink it. You can also get it on like really far hits a lot. I already have Pineberry in my hand on top of me. Right? So... right? I can just toss Pineberry. It's already loaded. I can press a button into Pineberry. I can do whatever I want, right? Pineberry is pretty safe here. But if you do something like this, you kind of get strong-armed into like having to do Pineberry because it's really scary to load this. You're not sure of the spacing? Yeah, I would test the waters more. It's casuals. You have to learn how many hits you can do. You can do a lot, bro, and still get bridal. You have to be like... this will still bridle. Like, you have to actually be, like, this far, and you can't get it anymore. And at that point, it's like, you had a lot of hits to just do this instead. You can always route into 2D instead, if you're on, like, close slash, or a closer hitting far slash. Like, even this should probably still give 2D, yeah. That's another way to get bridle, right? It doesn't always have to be 5H. In fact, I think technically this translates to even more frame advantage, by a little bit, because they're airborne when they get hit. So they're even longer in the air. This is minor. It won't make a big difference, but technically, yeah. The other thing I was going to talk about is, like, 5H. I don't think you should use 5H unless Johnny has to run into it. If you're not at least this far versus 5H, I don't think it's, like, a button you want to press in neutral. I think it is good in neutral, but I think you want it to be something that Johnny, like, has to run into. In other words, like, you want to use it, like, here. Where it's like he's gonna run into it. You don't want to use it here where like if he just waits, he can get punishes on it. Right? And the idea is like even if you whiff this a lot of the times, it's like kind of fine. And like he's not gonna be able to see it whiff and then dash in and get an actual punish. If he tries to do that, it won't work. He's gonna be too slow. You can almost certainly whiff it and then backdash. And that's kind of why this ends up being problematic. Johnny is like Slayer. He has dash movement, and that restricts his ability to interact with this option. Yeah, I'm going to talk about... that's the last thing I'm going to talk about. I know that there's only like 5 minutes. This one's not a long point, but the idea is basically like... if you do it from over here, even if you whiff, Let me see if I can get it. Oh my god, it still hits. Alright, let's say I do this, and, like, it whiffs. And it's like, he's gonna run in and try to punish, and it's never gonna work. That's all you need to know. You need to be at least this far to do 5H. Never do 5H if it's actually gonna hit them in place. If 5H just connects versus them, period, I think you're too close to use it. 5H is a stop sign. You want to use it like one, like this. And they can't punish it, see? They basically have to RPS between you whiffing and pressing a button immediately, or whiffing and backdashing immediately. And, like, that's just the life that Johnny lives, right? He can't get around that. And it's still doing what you want it to do. It's still walling him out. Keep that in mind. The other thing I was going to say is that your character has a run and his doesn't. P-Miss Finer is annoying at level 1, but let's say he's at level 1. He can only really P-Miss Finer you if you run, like, really close to him. So, like, let's say you do something like this. This is still not P-Miss Finerable if you're, like, here, see? And so you can kind of, the idea is when I say like setting up, the difference between both of your characters is when we go this far, your character can run and do things and his can't. His is a character that reacts all the time. He walks around and he tries to adjust the spacing slightly by backdashing or occasionally forward dashing, right? Your character has a run, which means if you ever reset to this distance, which is why I kept saying like, it doesn't make sense to play here. Basically, you don't want to stand here versus Johnny. One, your 5H hits, that's too close. You want to be like this far versus Johnny. He needs to run into your 5H. Or if you take like one backdash like this, you can start approaching Johnny in a way where like only P-Miss Finer is annoying. It's the same thing I talked about with Kai. It's just doing this more, right? And the idea is like Johnny can't punish that consistently, right? Let's say that you're the distance you want to be, which is like here, right? Let's get you, the distance is like, this is still too close. It's like here. Okay, so let's say you're here, and you do something like this. He can't punish you consistently here, right? Because, like, what if he does P-Miss Finer and you just back off, right? It's like, cool. That's cool. Like, you can do that. You can also do delay air dash forward, and he always has to keep that in mind. That means that he has to leverage 6P every now and then. Or, more likely, Johnny gets privilege. He gets to just throw coin. And coin is really easy to hit confirm and do everything, right? But that's okay. You're okay with that. Because if he does coin, a lot of the times I do this. I set up the engage, and he goes, I have to coin. Because they could air dash or they could do whatever. And you get a coin for free. Right? It's annoying because it's uncontestable. He gets to do that coin, and you can't do anything about it. Right? But it's good that you get a coin out of the way. And it doesn't come at a cost for you. It really doesn't. Because let's say you're like over here and you do air dash back JD. Let's say he's like, this guy always dashes. He's going to run into JD if he chases your retreat, right? Johnny has limited movement. He can't actually chase you unless he like really like commits to some shit like 6K like preemptively like this. Notice that if I want to do the 6K, I'm doing it before you even air dash back. I'm not even reacting at that point. Which means at that point, you could have just done air dash forward and you probably would have hit him. Right? The idea is that Johnny has to react here, or he has to keep giving up space. And if he gives up space and you're Elphelt, you're like, sweet, I'm just going to take the space again. Right? This is how you play the air side of things. Get to this range over here. Make it scary for Johnny to want to run at you using a button like this or buttons like this if he like dashes into them for whatever reason. And then don't do it from here. This is too close. If you dash from here, you're like in his range when you land and retreating isn't that good. But if you're like here and you reset like over here and then you start your action like this, you're far enough that you can threaten, you're close enough you can threaten approaches but not actually commit to them. And also from this distance, let's say again, it's like usually just outside 5H, you backdash. You can also just run and commit to grounded approaches and he has to respond to either one. Basically, I would imagine a lot of Johnny players dislike Elphelt because she plays the same far/footsies game, but she has a run, unlike him. And so he actually like has to play around that, if that makes sense. That's what I mean when I say setting up approaches. I specifically meant air approaches. If you play the grounded game all the time, then it's annoying because his ground game converts into more than yours on average, and you're not going to win that on a long timeline. You get this, and you get a knockdown, which is sick, but you get like 10 damage. He gets this, and he's at level 3. He gets like 30% of your health or your burst or something, right? So you need to abuse the fact that your character is like better in the air. Otherwise, you just end up here. Like, what about when you're wrong? Okay, he gets this. That's a lot better than what you get, even as Elphelt, right? So incorporate air approaches, and you're gonna learn how he reacts to them. There's gonna be options he does, and the next time you're basically gonna be asking me, all right, well, how do I deal with people that know how to deal with air approaches? And that's like a whole thing on its own. But it's entirely absent from your neutral right now, and it's really good. Remember that the like feint and air approach, by the way, it's a lot of dash neutral jump. And I didn't specify it, but you do dash neutral jump and you'll drift into them. Don't do dash forward jump. It'll be like too much. Dash neutral jump, and then when you air dash back, you can do JD if you're worried about the approach, or more likely than not, just load Pineberry. Load Pineberry off of it. Because that's what you want anyway, but it's like, now they're kind of getting scared of potential air approaches, but they're also worried about other shit too, basically. Damn, are we like mad early? It's not even 4 o'clock yet. That's fine. We'll still do the next one, I guess. But does that make sense? I guess we have time to clarify. Does that kind of make sense? That you're like missing that whole part of the game? You're playing too much grounded footsies. And remember, when you back off here, if he doesn't want to commit, you have sniper. This basically forces him to deal with the fact that you are approaching at him, but these go farther, right? You gotta play a lot of games with that in mind. Yeah, I would do this a lot versus like stationary characters some more. It's gonna feel really weird at the beginning because it's not a whole neutral game plan. But the difference between doing this is look at how far I end up when I'm wrong, right? This is gonna threaten an approach, right? It is, because I can always just air dash at him at any point, or just land. If you do it from like over here, you can just land and press your poke. It's fine. Right, you can just land. It's hard versus Johnny because Johnny's range is so fucking big that you like never land outside of his approach range. But the big thing is like, notice that when I do an approach like this and I back off, Johnny's dashes, sorry, let me make sure I'm controlling the right character. If I do this and Johnny dashes, only far slash hits me. He has to do dash far slash hits me, which is a bigger commitment than you might think. And technically, if you do this, even that doesn't reach you anymore. He can't reach you. He has to commit really hard to punish you for doing that. And you're the guy that's making him scared because you could air dash, right? He's either throwing coins away every time or he's just getting punished there, right? That's why this is like a good thing to represent. And the difference is, let's say I'm doing something like this. When I'm wrong and I don't like the situation, look how far I am compared to this. When I dash up and I'm like, yeah, I want to bait something. Notice that dash 5k is like a lot closer, right? If I do this and I wait, one, I'm like a little close for 5h. It's okay, but it's not bad. But more importantly, like this range sucks versus Johnny. He's just going to dash and press 5k. And like, you're basically like, ah, shit, now I have to do like backdash to do what I could have done off of this, right? The thing that I think a lot of people get caught on, and I'll mention that as the last thing, doing this is really good at getting people to run at you, if that makes sense. You can only do this maybe like once or twice before people are like basically gonna try to like air to air you and like do shit in the air like this and respond to you doing this. And you want that to happen. You want that to happen because you basically go from like level 1 is like, bro, I don't know how to win. Basically, I move forward and try to do this, and when I'm wrong, I feel like I have to do this. And if he does, so like, let's say I do this and I'm slightly off, so I backdash. When he dashes, I'm exactly in the range that I have to respect this. So I'm pressured into pressing 5H immediately or pressing far slash immediately. Everything feels bad, right? Because you make a mistake and you have to respect right here, right? You have to respect your ground disadvantage. So you go from like feeling like, man, I have to do everything. I have to take the risk. I have to run forward. I have to bait out an option, right? I am the aggressor. It is hard to be the aggressor in this game. When you do shit like this, you're the aggressor that's not taking commitment anymore, right? Your reward is actually quite low. And in fact, you usually only get reward out of committing really hard, right? In other words, like the only time you're actually getting reward out of this is when you finally do this. But you're never risking anything anymore. You used to be in a situation where you're like, man, it fucking sucks to whiff my button. Even when it hits, it doesn't feel that good. But you don't want to move far forward, because if you do this and you commit, right? Whoops. If you commit to the actual poke and he does this, you lose, right? That's why it feels so bad to do that versus him, because you essentially get baited into like either running into this button and getting insta punished, or you're slightly off and you're like, well, great, now I'm just minus on the ground in front of Johnny. And so I basically have to backdash, or I basically have to like take some bullshit gamble in play, right? The idea is like, this is fine. The problem is that he's not engaging any way besides like being Omega safe, which is just pressing something on reaction or backdashing, one or the other, right? It's literally one or the other. And you go from that to like, if you start doing shit like this, you run forward and you start threatening like delayed air approaches or things that you could do really, really quickly. A good player is going to be like, I see he backs up, I'm going to do like JS. I'm going to do like, as soon as he backs up and I see him jump, I'm going to press JS, like as an air to air. Or I'm going to jump back. And it's like, well, guess what? When you're from here, when you dash now, you're forcing other reactions out of them, right? As a player, a lot of the times if my character has a run and I'm like doing something like this, if somebody sees me move forward and they're like, I don't want to be here, this is so much better. This is so much better than having to deal with the grounded poke. Because now I can run at you pretty confidently. What are you going to do? You're going to air dash back at me? That's a free 5H, bro. So you just kind of assume that you can take the space and do things like 6H or punish them or whatever. The key is not that this is unfuck-wittable, it's that it forces reactions out of the opponent that are not this RPS anymore. And it means that now when you run up, it's way easier to do this. Because let's say that I do something like this, and his response is he always freaks out. This feels way better now, doesn't it? If he always freaks out and whiffs an air-to-air or something, doesn't this feel a lot better than when you whiffed 5-8 or far slash in his face? Right? Because you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna recover, but he's still like in the air. I could press 5H, I could backdash here, and like his air dash will miss, you know, like. Because you get them worried about another option, they start to pick things that are like abusable again, right? By you doing shit that didn't feel that great before, right? That's like the thing that's hard to grasp about this idea, is not that like the dash baits, like the dash, oh, I'm trying to force you to get scared stuff is like, that's not your game plan. You just do it a little bit to scare a reaction out of people. Basically, you do it so that they have to adjust their neutral. And then you learn how to play from there, right? It's like the thing I showed on MS Paint yesterday, where it was like, you bait a reaction and then you react and then you do something. Well, it does a lot of air finer here that you have trouble with. You can just bait it out. So like, if he does like level 1, I know what you mean. He does it at like level 1. You just play for the risk reward, in my opinion. It's not like that crazy. So like, last thing I'll show, because it's a really easy example, is like, if he does what I think you're talking about, because he does do it a lot. I usually do Escabari and he just dies. If he does like this, and he like air stalls, then you just time your 6H for it, like this. You're just like, I know you're gonna air stall, right? And so you do like, oh shit. Right, like this. And so you catch him. The big thing, by the way, that makes S-Finer feel worse is if you're this far. If you're right under Johnny, then the S-Finer delay feels like shit because he lands on you with this. As Johnny is doing a lot of S-Finer delays versus you in general, like if he's just doing this, you always want to be like right here. Because if you block the S-Finer, he's just minus anyway, and it doesn't feel that good. And you're usually playing for risk reward, where like, he's either landing immediately in front of you, so he's either doing this, which you're like, if you think he's going to do that, then you just 6H, right? Or he's just landing in front of you. And so even if he does this, it's fine. And no Johnny player does this, like, ever. They, like, never do this on the way. It's, like, really rare that they start to do this. Instead, when they're falling, they almost always want to just press JH. Or if they're here and they think they're going to get anti-air, they just do this. They do it all the time. And so, yes, I just wait for it. Like, I just do this, and it's like, guess what? That shit's active and lingers, and guess what? If you had done in place, you're gonna block it anyway, right? That JS is the GOAT? I think so too. It depends. If you fight people with good anti-airs, they just beat you for pressing that button. There's counterplay to the jump S too. It doesn't really matter. But does that make sense? You just kind of play a little bit farther. You try to avoid ending directly underneath him, which usually is the case if you miss the poke. And he's either going to air stall like this and you hit him. If he's like, ooh, this is a weird spot. You just have to learn the timing on it. I use Escabari exactly the same way as this. And the idea is like, if he didn't commit to the stall and he just lands, that's fine. You don't really care. If he does like this, he might clip you, but he's not really going to get a combo anyway. So it's like, I don't really care. And he has to do that for you to care about it. If he doesn't do that, then you don't care. Oh, sweet. It's the Kairu bod. We can just watch Hase get brutally beaten neutral. Yeah, I feel like you're usually chilling. I think the idea is, a lot of the times I struggle to convince people that, like, whatever they're doing is not guaranteed. You just have to really internalize the RPS of a situation and kind of be like, oh, I see. Like, it's still kind of weighted in my favor if I pick the right option versus them. Right? Or, like, getting the knockdown versus the delay is fucking huge if you get that, bro. If you get that, that shit's huge. Right? But if you don't, then it's like, meh. Like, block 6H a little up close, like, that's uncomfortable, but, like, you can probably just shock an H in a shot or something. Yeah, you basically never want to be underneath him, is, like, the rule of thumb. You always want to be spaced out, so that if he lands in place, you never have to deal with it. And if he rips S-Finer, then, like, he got you. Usually you want to block it. Pine use and spacing, okay. We'll skip a little bit, because we already watched a lot of the VOD. By this point, I think he just beats up Hase. Or not Hase, Taka. Watch from back here. Let me mute the game, because Elphelt talks a lot when she's not doing stuff. She's kind of dashing up. That's fine, yeah. Oh, my bad. We skipped it. We'll start from the first round. Spacing. A big thing with spacing in this matchup is actually kind of the thing I just talked about with MKJ. LostSoul's really good about, like, he tries to pick. We'll talk about it more, but he tries to pick as it comes up. He makes sure that, like, Slayer has to run into 5H for it to hit. Which means that he's also not going to be close enough to punish it ever. That's confirmed. Jeez, that's a lot of damage. Just eats the blitz. I agree. This is just a good general decision. This is not good risk reward for you. You eat this every day of the week. Because either they keep charging and you punish them, or they knock you full screen. And you're like, cool, whatever. Like, that's fine. But if you are wrong and he catches you there, you lose like half your health bar, or you have to burst. Nice 6P, catches delay throw us. Oh yeah, he recognized it wouldn't combo. RC, 5H. 5H is guaranteed. If they do 5D6, it's guaranteed. If they do 5D nothing, you just whiff that shit. But if they do 5D6, it's guaranteed there. So this, right? The big thing, at least in matchups like this, characters with dashes and not runs have an especially hard time versus this. Where, notice that LostSoul does not shoot this option where it hits Slayer. He shoots it in front of where Slayer is. Right? You stick out a normal, I hit you anyway. You run, I hit you anyway. Right? Like, Slayer can't get through this. This button is too big. But he never picks it in a range where, like I told MKJ, the rule of thumb is if 5H is in a matchup like this where they have dashes, so like Slayer, Johnny, Leo, even Potemkin probably, if I had to guess. If 5H hits them in place, if they're standing, you're probably too close to press that button. Right? For those characters. You want them to run into it. Yeah, exactly. So that even when it hits weird or it doesn't hit quite right like this, you just back off and then press // and if they move into it, then you just do it and get a combo this time and knock them down. Right? The only thing he does sometimes is he tries not to always pick 5H. Sometimes he'll like jump in place or do other things, but he always maintains like that distance versus these characters. It's fundamentally really hard for them to get around it. Right? And the annoying part is, like, he'll do things like this every now and then, where it's like, shot, whiff, hit, I don't care. I'm going to do bridle into Roman cancel or bridle into just get a free hit. Right? The problem with those characters is that they have to commit so hard to punish that option that they just start kind of running into things like bridle. The way I would put it is, like, if you had to look at it on a percentage distribution, you basically want to do 5H into backdash, like 5H, and if it whiffs, you want to backdash like 70% of the time, maybe 60. you want to like jump in place, like, I don't know, 20% of the time, and you want to pick something aggressive after you whiff, like bridle immediately after 5H whiff, like 10% of the time, right? Because at the end of the day, it's still really aggressive. You don't want to do it a lot. He also uses a lot of grounded Pineberry. He understands that he's not worried about Slayer running like and jumping over it. It's all reactable, so he just puts it in front of him. It's like a shield, right? He sneaks in, Taka. And then the tricky part is you can't play for just that spacing. Anytime they're kind of in a mid-range scrappy situation, notice that he didn't just do backdash 5H. He is willing to engage with pressing things aggressively too, right? No matter how strong a tool is, if you use it predictively all the time, people will find a way to kind of start to minimize your reward as much as they can, because you're always doing the same thing always, right? Run forward 5k. At this point, he's definitely like entered a deeper layer with him, and so they're just kind of like going for a lot more shit. Takes the blitz, misses the IB, that would have been a punish. Pineberry for the reset. That was a really good bait. Takes the knockdown. He messes up his setup. I think he has like a setup for it. Back in neutral. Probably tech away. Yep. A big rule of thumb in a matchup like this is like Slayer has to get to you to win the match. If you're ahead, even if you're honestly not ahead, like whenever stray hits like this happen, don't tech into Slayer. Don't move towards him, move away, and press your button that he has to deal with. This is going to whiff, so LostSoul is just going to see it whiff, and then he's just going to move up. He was probably checking for Mappa Hunch, probably is my guess, K Mappa Hunch. So he sticks out 5k, it doesn't hit. He sticks out another button, because in case Slayer moves forward, he's going to run into it. And then when he's wrong, he just jumps in place every now and then. A big problem with Slayer is like, and I'll put it, because the situation's going to come up again. A lot. So we'll just talk about it kind of like right now. Let me see if I can project it. So a big problem that Slayer has in general with this type of situation. I don't know if my whiteboard is broken. Oh, it is. Let me like reset it. Yes. Oh, it's just broken. No, wait. Can I make a new one? What happened to my whiteboard script? No. Can I like reset it? Oh wait, maybe this will fix it. I remember how to do this really fast. Let me track for like 1 second. And if it doesn't work, then I'll just explain it using my mouse. Or MS Paint, because it'll be funny. If I delete it and then add it again. Now will it work? It might be cooked this time. I didn't realize my whiteboard broke. That's unfortunate. Oh no. Alright, whatever. So if you look at my mouse instead, something that's really important in terms of spacing is that Slayer can only get to you like this. He has to like move into things. Or he's got to like go up and around, and that's going to take forever. Elphelt is really good at covering right in front of her or right above her. And so you basically just want to be far enough that this little like square diagonal of Elphelt is not like that relevant. What ends up happening is that because Slayer only moves, so she only covers like horizontal and like vertical angles. And 6H exists, obviously, but 6H takes a while, so I don't consider it a thing that comes up all the time. Slayer only moves in a straight line, basically. He only moves like this, or sometimes he kind of like shoots at an angle out of his dash, right? So most of the time he's basically just prioritizing covering this, and if Slayer jumped over it, he'll probably recover in time to do something. But notice that because Slayer only moves in a straight line, he's like shoving something in front of himself, and when he's wrong, he just jumps, and Slayer still moves in a straight line. He jumps up, and then he just lands on Slayer afterwards. He does this like a lot versus Slayer, and like anybody can do this versus Slayer, basically, as long as you have like good buttons for it. That's just like the limitation of a character like Slayer is if you're a certain amount away from him, then his dash doesn't easily cross up anymore, so you're like not even worried about it. And characters that have air-to-airs that hit both sides also just don't care. So he backs away. Notice that like he just understands that like I didn't get anything, whatever. I went in neutral, so he doesn't like the mid-range because that's where all of Slayer's buttons hit here, right? Both of our buttons hit here, technically. Elphelt's buttons and Slayer's buttons hit. So he's like, I don't want to be where both of our buttons hit. Let's go back to where only my buttons hit, right? So he tries to reset. Oh, that's fucking funny. Burst. You can burst 2D guaranteed, by the way. Like right here, I would do it if I was Elphelt. Maybe not, but it's still a good burst point. That's just RPS. I think it's really funny that he still did Blitz, because the IB made this minus, so that's really funny that he still did it. Again, notice, I'll say big thing, right? 5H is gonna hit like barely. It's gonna hit like at the tip of 5H. He's never trying to hit it anywhere except the tip or in front of 5H. Right? He loads Pineberry, shoots a couple times, doesn't matter, takes the trade. He's probably gonna just run away. He's gonna neutral jump. See, Slayer moves in straight lines. So he's gonna check the approach. If Slayer commits to dashing to chase Elphelt backdash on the trade right here, because Slayer has to dash forward. He has to really dash forward and commit if you backdash. And if he does that, it just loses to this. And even if you whiff this, you're actionable, you can just backdash after. Or press a button after, right? The big thing that hasn't changed is that right here when they trade, if you move back and Slayer chases it, he catches you. But if you jump and Slayer moves, he ends up right underneath you, and so you catch him. But if he moves back or stays stationary, he can only move in a straight line. So you back off and shove like things in that spot again, right? That's why he's always like trying to make it so that Slayer has to like really dash into him to get stuff happening. You can also play a lot like this versus Leo. Leo is another character that suffers a lot from this kind of thing, right? Like all the characters with dashes, Johnny too, but Johnny has things like Zwei or C, which make it really hard to just do this forever. Has a burst save route, I think, on the rebeat, I want to say. Yeah, the JP there, rebeat, is just... He bursted on JS, so the rebeat was safe. If he did it a little later, he might have got away with it, but that's just a burst save. Rebeat and reverse Gatling, if you want to call it what it is in this game. Takes a punish, tries to bait. LostSoul has been doing a lot of IB throw option select here, so he 6P Gatling off of close slash punishes that. But then Slayer's minus and he takes his turn back. LostSoul's really good about not always autopiloting. I kept saying like it's good to just run away and force all your buttons, but he recognizes the character that Slayer is, and so he just moves in, right? Slayer is minus on this move. He's probably gonna backdash cancel into something, so he chases it. He chases it really hard, and he gets his knockdown. Spaces a button out, Slayer has to move into you. This still doesn't knock down, so he has to RPS again. He just neutral jumps again versus Slayer. Like, he's just doing a lot of, like, catching Slayer having to move in front of Elphelt. This is smart. This is a really good... This is a sweat confirm. Because counter hit on standing state means you get the guaranteed. It's so fucked up she has level 3 fucking far slash, bro. This shit is hit confirmable because it's level 3 far slash. You cannot do this on level 2 far slashes. But you can get that if they're standing state on tall characters. Here's the blitz. Puts it in front. Notice he has like basically never cared about high toss Pineberry, because he knows Slayer's got to move forward. As soon as this is out, he just gets to use it as a safety net. Moves forward, shoves something out, right? Anytime LostSoul is minus, his options are basically neutral jump in place, backdash, press far slash, or 5H, depending on the distance. Remember, if you backdash and the 5H is just gonna hit them already, don't press 5H, press far slash instead, right? Far slash functions the same way as 5H, it's just a little different, like, visually. But the idea is the same. Anytime LostSoul is minus, he is pressing far slash or 5H. Notice that 5H would hit at this distance, so he's not gonna press 5H, he's gonna press far slash instead. It's gonna do the same thing, it's just you're doing it with far slash because you're too close to press 5H, right? He's either pressing one of those two buttons, neutral jumping, or backdashing. And once he backdashes, basically, like, all those options are on the table again, right? So he whiffs the button. He's minus technically. He just presses far slash. Far slash whiffs. He's slightly minus. He's going to do something. This time he backdashes. Backdash gets clipped, Slayer doesn't get a combo off of this, so he doesn't care. He's probably just gonna tech back. Yeah, I would do the same thing. The only thing he messed up is he did in a faultless defense. But there's a big thing here. A lot of the times, I talked about like percentages earlier. You want to kind of prioritize getting away from Slayer like 70% of the time. The big thing is, I'll basically say this, right? So every time LostSoul's minus, but it whiffs, he's picking like one of those things, right? And depending on the spacing. The problem for Slayer is like, if he does this, I kid you not, if he whiffs this button and then presses far slash again, he would have beat this option. He would have just beat this option, right? So like, and if he hits that button, it's gonna knock Slayer down, and then he gets to do offense. If he whiffs far slash because Slayer didn't move forward, he can do it again. He gets to do this RPS every time he's slightly minus and whiffs a button. And the reason it's hard for Slayer is this time he backdashes, right? Because backdash is safe. Sometimes you just want to not press a button a bunch of times, right? He backdashes and Slayer is right. Slayer commits to something that would have lost to button in place or neutral jump. Neutral jump, fall jump H also would have probably beat this, right? So Slayer commits on the 1 in 3 option. He's right. What's his reward? He has to be right again. There's no combo here. Elphelt can tech back, and if Slayer doesn't move into him, they're exactly spaced where Elphelt can do all those options again. He can press far slash or 5H, he can jump in place, or he can backdash, or he can start moving forward. At any point, you can also try to move forward and fight Slayer. But the point is that the defensive RPS is so good for Elphelt, it's like hard for her to ever want to do something else. And the problem is, like, let's say, like, I would also tech back here. Because your options, like, Slayer has to commit to forward dash and then chase it. If LostSoul did, like, tech forward JS, it would have hit this option probably. He would have just gotten tech buttons on, right? So Slayer has already committed twice. He has to commit twice, and then he still, like, didn't confirm the situation. So he doesn't get anything. He gets diddly squat, bro. This is why the neutral's so bad, right? It's just waiting, and then he does a thing. He also uses 2D sometimes in a similar way. He likes 2D because it hits behind Elphelt. So sometimes it avoids the problem. Backdash, press the button. Every time you hit, you just get a knockdown, right? And the fucked up part is he plays like this so long. He plays like this so long, avoiding any resource usage that, like, he basically is just in the lead. Like, look at it. He just has 100 bar in burst. He's never had to spend anything. He's just pressing shotgun P. Like, he just wins. You love it? Absolutely. This shit's fucked up. This is why this is a bad matchup. When you play it like this consistently and you understand, like, how Slayer functions, it's a bad matchup for Slayer. It really is. Right? Look at it. He just gets to do run a forward throw. Oh, that's fucked up. I can't believe that caught forward dash still. Right? Hard baits burst a little bit, I think. That's a burst point for anybody interested. If Slayer doesn't have 50 bar, you can see that, and now I burst. And Slayer is still in recovery until right here. Slayer recovered right here. And you press punch. But that's a guaranteed burst point. I like it a lot. A lot of his good air combos involve burst point. Right, so you can just reset if you want to take it. Super, yeah. He's probably not even going to run Oki on the super. I bet he's probably just going to load Pineberry, throw it in front of himself, and wait. Oh, he pressed far slash. He really did try to do something. Same spacing, right? This is also why you can tell he likes Pineberry in front of him. Is because if randomly Slayer just fucks up, it's like, oh, sweet. And again, like, Slayer... So Slayer, a big thing I'll show. Taka doesn't even do it. But I'll show it. I'll show it right now. I think we still have, like, I don't know, like 15, 20 minutes. Slayer seems so burstable. He's got, like, 5 burst points. Slayer's one of the easiest characters to burst, in my opinion. He just wants you to panic burst. Absolutely. That's how people lose to Slayer is they panic burst. J2K, pile bunkers up close, 2D, crosswise heal if you got hit grounded, like all burst points. That's why I don't think Slayer's actually that, like, honestly, like, that good. I don't think Slayer's bad. He's got some pretty nasty matchups, but he's just so burstable for a character that doesn't actually have, like, a lot going for him in neutral. His best attribute, unironically, is just his meter gain. I think his high meter gain makes the game so much more playable for him. If he had slower meter gain, Slayer would suck, dude. He'd be so bad. Anyway, we'll talk about this a little bit more. watch like one more match after this, and I'll talk about some of the stuff we didn't see. Because they're honestly so far in the layers, like Taka understands it's not worth doing them. Notice he's never instant air dashed ever at him, ever in neutral. Because it's already just been established that LostSoul's never going to let it happen if Taka makes it his game plan. So it never happens, but we'll still talk about it. Space a button, 5H RC, it's like unfuckwittable. At that point, it's just 50-50. It's like you burst or you don't. I would also burst. I'm always like I don't care if somebody baits my burst, bro. I'd rather just assume that you might overthink it and do your combo or whatever. Like, I don't... You jumping there isn't that much better for me anyway. I'll always take a burst on a 50-50, almost always. Maybe not in casuals, but a lot in tournament. Gonna convert into a knockdown. A pretty good one, too, because Elphelt. Minimum distance. Notice the minimum distance, right? And he's like very cognizant. You can see it. So LostSoul stops right here. If Slayer commits, we're pretty far out, but the point is if Slayer commits to forward movement, a 5H would hit him. But he doesn't really like how it looks, so he just like backdashes. Notice you can still press 5H here. Slayer jumps at you, you're probably just gonna like backdash again and then press a button. Yep. See? Button on reaction. Oh, that's a tough clash. That's really funny. But it, like, he's doing it. The game is really fast, so it happens in real time, right? But it's just like too close. You jumped, backdash button is just good. He should have pressed like / low key, and I think it would have worked. Right, but the really messed up part is Elphelt is a mixture of reacting to the options that Slayer has to really commit to, like dash jump, or just being preemptive on stuff that's low risk, high reward. Unblockable. This doesn't kill, I believe. Unless he does burst super, but I don't think he's gonna build it. Oh, he tried to chip. Yeah. Actually, regular bridal. Oh, that's fucked up. Regular super would have killed too, but I don't think he could have been able to. Yeah, he was like just short, and I don't think he. The gravity is really brutal there. I don't think he can get it. Also, oh, he misses instant block. That sucks. That's the only reason that missed. Could have killed by doing air shock and 8 rocket launcher. Yeah, I'm sure there was a route. It was tough because he got the meter like at the very end. Hail Mary 5H. Kind of a similar idea though, honestly. It's just like you can't see it, but the idea is so again from the rip, right? He's kind of far, so he checks with 5H. Notice that even when Taka's spaced to punish it, you don't actually get a punish. So he just kind of respects, because he's a little close when he whipped 5H. Something important to understand here is when LostSoul does this, like... Also notice when Taka moves forward, he's willing to move back a lot, right? He wants that minimum distance. When it feels like Slayer might get too close, he just takes one backdash and he kind of looks at the screen again. This time he's like, I'm going to dash forward. And what ends up happening is either this happens and you make him block or it hits. But if Slayer just makes this move this move is so big, he's going to be far enough that he could have just done the 5H RPS again. Right. LostSoul knows as long as that makes contact or is spaced out, it's good. And so he gets the hit and he just gets a combo. Yeah, that's not real. I'm surprised he did high toss. He was probably he was baiting like Slayer to do full backdash because full backdash would have gotten hit by the Pine Berry. Boom, boom, punish. Notice, by the way, he could have done a slightly low. Actually, no, maybe not because this combo is pretty scaled. But a lot of them can also do early JD to give up the burst point, like to not give it to you. It's just he gets worse Oki and he gets worse damage. Oh, that was a really good throw, or close slash call out. Wake up bridal. He did his 2K too early, so it missed the meaty. JD is also pretty good at shutting space off, but it's not as good as like 5H, but it's almost as good as 5H. This is death. Yeah. I'm surprised he picked Pile Bunker. He didn't even need to. He could have just done under pressure, I think, and keep it burst safe. It's probably Wake Up Super. Absolutely. He thought it was Wake Up Super on the cross up. But again, you just see it a lot, right? This is a situation I was talking about. Look how awkward this shit is, even when it misses. As long as it's like kind of spaced. See, like He had to like go over him to get the punish. And he did it kind of preemptively, actually. He like air dashed before Taka even, before like the button even whiffed, I'm pretty sure. Like, he basically got this because he was already doing this before. Like, he sees it like happening and he's like, I see. Okay, I'll try to get in. And then he gets like a punish. Neutral jump button. I don't like what's happening. I'll press the button in place. Button in place. Anytime Slayer runs into it, you're good. Oh, he was a little early. Oh, 6P there is nasty. 6P there is such a I think you're a good player type of 6P. So many good players delay tech here in general and like don't do anything, and then they just block the overhead. A lot of lower intermediate level players tech buttons into you, like right here they do tech buttons and they tech button into you for this. But better players do delay tech and you just force a random high low. Like you can't get away with that versus like less experienced players. They'll just do tech buttons into you. And versus tech buttons, you just do other shit. You're dead as fuck. Yeah. So I'll talk about it a little bit since we have like about 10 minutes. The stuff we didn't see. There was some stuff we didn't see, right? It was a lot of Taka being grounded, right? I'll make her the CPU because it's probably better to show it if she's just going to be doing a lot of the same shit. Oh, banger alert. So when you're about this far, right? So something to understand is, like I said, if she's doing, right? And she usually doesn't rip that many shots. It's usually like, and you're wrong, right? So let's say we're at the distance we're supposed to be, which is like about 1 backdash's worth. Yeah, like this. So let's say we're here. And you see this whiff and you're like, I want to get a button press. That's not going to work. Right? If you try to dash into a button, this will happen. Oh my god, I'm so bad at timing this with Elphelt. Right, so let's say you want to dash into a button with Slayer. Like on reaction to this situation. Because I see it miss. You're just going to run into Far Slash. Far Slash is a guaranteed knockdown. You just take a knockdown here. Right? So like, okay, I don't want to do that. So I'll wait and see what the Far Slash happens. Well, guess what? If you take a step and she does backdash with Far Slash, guess where we are? We're back where we started, aren't we? And so you end up in the exact same situation. At any point, she could just press a button in place as well. Right? She could press Far Slash. Basically, anytime she's slightly minus, because Slayer isn't actually in place to press anything to punish her, he always has to move. The movement always means that Elphelt can backdash, press a button again, or do this. And his response always has to be different because of it. That's just the life he lives. The thing we didn't see, which I think is worth noting, is like, we didn't see much air dash, right? So like, if this, you know, let's say we're here, and he does like this, it's still good. Most of the time, this just doesn't work. Slayer doesn't have a good air dash here. He could do something like this. In fact, I would imagine a good Slayer would learn to just do this to you. If you always do this on reaction. The problem is that I want to say she can just react and press close slash there, or react and see you air dash and air throw you there. That's what a good player would do, right? The idea is it's still really lopsided. Like, basically the idea is like, Slayer has to assume I'm doing backdash and Far Slash, and then he can get a situation going, right? You don't have to do that. You can just do backdash, delay 5H or something like this. There is a lot of different things that she could do, and she would catch him. I guess you just do it immediately again. Right? The problem is that there is too many things for Elphelt to do. It's ironic because it kind of makes it hard for Elphelt to learn how to play the situation because there's so many options you can pick. It's like, why wouldn't you just try different shit? But let's say they do that. All right, well, now they just run into backdash 5H, right? Right? Now they just get hit by this instead. Well, I didn't do the dash, my bad. Right? So now they just run into this instead, and you still get the knockdown, right? And the thing that you have to understand is if you're an Elphelt player and you do this and they wait, that's still not really a punish for Slayer that's meaningful. He, like, maybe can press 2H and get a counter hit, and there's no combo unless you're in the corner. right? Slayer still has to be right, like, more times than you if you do it right than Elphelt. But I mention it because you're going to fight Slayers that are good. Like, you might fight Daemendo, and yes, Day is going to be really used to getting walled out. He gets walled out all the time, right? That you have to learn how to rotate your options. But the problem is that the risk of that situation, right? Like, telling yourself, okay, I'm going to do this into dash into nothing, right? So that you can wait it out. Actually, I did, like, forward dash, right? Dude, this is so dumb. So let's say you do this, because you're like, he's gonna do backdash 5H. Guess what beats it? Because these are all preemptive from Slayer. I'm gonna do full dash. Well, now you just run into close slash because they pressed far slash in place again, right? Like, ah, shit. All right, well then I'll try to get around far slash like this. And I'll do IAD immediately, because a lot of Slayers will be good enough to do IAD immediately and get a punish. Like, alright, well, I wonder what beats that. Surely there's nothing that beats that. Then what if you do... oh my god. Again. Alright, I'm gonna punish that far slash that you're doing. Oh my god, then maybe this works. Right? You get hit, 5H, shot, knockdown. Does that make sense? Like, this is why it's so hard for Slayer. This is also why you didn't see him air dash ever. Because the air dash is really hard to make work consistently. Right? Because I specify it because if Elphelt isn't good at walling Slayer out, like in every way, then a lot of Elphelt players will like do this and then press far slash and then get hit by this and they're like, oh, I don't get it. Like, I didn't see... Nobody air dashes at LostSoul. What am I supposed to do? And it's like, well, you just kind of rotate your options differently, right? If the far slash got hit, then the backdash probably didn't. And then the jump might get hit, but like you'll probably just block. Right? Like this. So like again, let's say he's gonna press a button in place. So he moves at you, you just go over him and you land on him. A big part of why air dash can't work for Slayer is it's only the distance of this, right? In other words, like I already said, you kind of want to you always want to try to use Elphelt 5H where it's not hitting. It's actually better if it's not hitting a lot of the times, because what happens is people don't have time to react to the situation or play the situation. And the reason it's hard for Slayer to ever use air dash is that it doesn't reach Elphelt if she moves from here. It only reaches her if she moves in place, right? That's why it's so hard to piece together the RPS, right? Like, yes, air dash works if they press a button and you read it. The problem is if they move, that's like never gonna work. So you have to like add a bunch of layers to it. That's why I think this one is the initial one. No, it's something else. That's why shit like this, right? Like, that's why shit like, let me see. That's why shit like this is so unlikely. Because it's like, one, you have to be right the first time, and then you also have to know they're going to do backdash far slash. Right? Like, this is a lot. Slayer had to be right on the first exchange that you whiffed, and he also had to assume that you're pressing backdash in to far slash. Right? It's not that Slayer can't ever be right, it's that statistically shit is not in his favor. Like, ever. And even when he's right, a lot of the hits are like hard to convert meaningfully. And he's a character that you can just burst like here, right? The only other thing I'll say, because you asked about it, is you can tell LostSoul just favors doing this, right? Either Slayer gives up a ton of space and I take it, and I never actually move that much into him too frequently, or he just runs into me and Pineberry is a problem. But he actually just kind of tosses Pineberry in front of himself a lot in this matchup. Which says a lot, because it makes sense. It's like, you're not really worried about Slayer jumping at you. Whenever Slayer, like, let's say you do toss, you know, let's say you do toss like this, and Slayer's, like, over here, and he tries to go above it, Slayer's air dash is short. One backdash from Elphelt will put you out of the range of it. So, like, I'll show you. Let's say I do toss, and I'm going to make her backdash immediately just for the sake of it. Remember, we always play at this spacing roughly because this is where 5H misses, right? So let's say she tosses, and I'm like, I'm going to go over it. I can't reach her off of the backdash. I just like, can't, right? Notice that, like, I'm still just short of it. His air dash is, like, mad stubby. It's good on offense. It's really bad in neutral in some matchups, right? So he does a lot of Pineberry toss low, and it's one of those where like you're just kind of waiting. You're waiting for Slayer to jump, and if he jumps, you can kind of backdash, and he won't reach you anyway. He has to do something crazy, like he has to do like this into like this, and that honestly still might not catch you. It's really hard to do like Footloose Journey like that, where it flies forward and it clips you, and that's like a really big commitment, because if you just wait and block that shit or it whiffs, like he's just gonna die if you punish it, right? But I would say a big thing to keep in mind is it's not that you always want to do this, it's that there's like percentages on things, right? Most of the time you want to reset, but every now and then you want to like press a button in place. You have to keep him honest. You have to make him remember like, yes, you can't just dash into me. And as long as this shit whiffs again, you can do any of them again. You can do backdash. It's hard to keep up with the pace of the decisions sometimes, but nothing changes. It's all the same always. And then if you feel like you've slowed them down enough, then you just run at them, right? You don't always want to be defensive, but the point is that being defensive is so good for Elphelt in this matchup that she gets to play like that most of the time, and there's not much counterplay that exists for Slayer. That's why it's a good matchup for him if they play it right. But yeah, I would say the biggest thing, and I've said it a million times already, would essentially be both of you work on spacing your 5Hs. They're better if they're not hitting people. Hey, what's up, Rapunzel? It's better if people have to run into them. That's just like how it works. Thanks for all the info. Yeah, let me know how that goes. This one will last for like probably most of the rest of the VOD review. Uncomfortable pressing buttons against Faust. You're too far away. He can crouch under all your buttons. Yeah, this is a tough matchup. Yeah, well, tough as in like Johnny has to be pretty clean to do his stuff. Okay. Yeah, Faust. The big thing is that he's relevant at all distances on the screen, right? Is what's really a problem. Like before we'll watch it because it's kind of a short one, so we should be able to. The problem is like you're not really safe at any distance versus Johnny, and his buttons are big enough that you can't actually get into a range that's like super comfortable versus Johnny. And then Faust is one of those characters where you have to really like try to kill him when you get that offense, because on paper his defensive options are not that great if you're like actually applying legit offense on him. But the way I would put it is your job is harder than Faust's in this matchup. It is. You could say Johnny's a better character because he is, sure, but sometimes somebody's job is harder in a matchup. You might still win or lose that matchup, it doesn't matter, but like sometimes somebody's job is easier or harder, right? And I think Johnny's job is actually harder than Faust's in this. Faust can basically just be really lame, and if Johnny doesn't know how to stop it, eventually you'll get meteors or something, and then you'll just run up, right? That's why his job is easier, because items are just gonna do a lot of the heavy lifting. That's a good trait. I'm gonna talk about, there's like a distance I think is really important to remember. There's also a dynamic. It's hard to get a good feel for, but let me see. This is a very like touch and go matchup for Johnny. He's not immortal. He's not mortal very frequently, but man, does he feel like it when I watch him play this matchup. It's like this guy and Dizzy are like the only ones. Maybe Elphelt actually too. There's like the biggest three. Everything else seems very like in line with Johnny. Something I'll talk about. You've probably already seen it. If you're confident this is an option they'll do, you can always 6p Scalpel with Johnny. Scalpel is 6pable. It has like a pretty fat extended hurt box a lot of people don't know about. You do it once in this? Okay, yeah. It's good because it's important RPS to represent, because it means that you have reason to not move forward here a lot of the times. And I'm actually going to talk about some of the escape options too. There's like a really important... I'll actually talk about that. Aggressive escapes are important in this matchup, because fundamentally, Faust is kind of like a zoner. Faultlessing this button is good. This is like drive-by advice, but I think Ironically enough, you mess up the FD defensive OS here. I mean, it's whatever. Basically, you just need faultless defense. I'm not like that worried about on the door. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I forget where the door hits, and I don't even do the option selects. I just like, oh shit, I forgot it always hits on this side. I mean, Faust's door is so bad. I'm not gonna lie, I forget. That's tough. Knockdown means you get a level though. Oh yeah, Faust is a big boy. You can just assume. Pretty much like most 2D coins are gonna hit Faust. And I'll give you some advice on confirms. It's the same advice I give everybody, but I know Faust is like wonky because he's so big it's easy to 2-hit him if you don't get like nice mid-screen hits. Schmicks. Yeah. This is pretty good though. Getting a tech here is pretty good. Space out a button. Nice throw. I would keep it simple. Yeah, I like that. Oh, he's a little weird. You're gonna have to find a combo that feels great versus Faust. We can try to find it. There's probably one. The damage off a throw is negligible, so the knockdown is more important as a big hit. J there at C. Oh, the commit. Yeah. Here, whenever you're the guy, this is like general advice. This is especially true versus any characters that are pretty good at anti-airing. Kai, Faust, Dizzy. Honestly, basically anybody can do it in this context. If somebody bursts you away in a situation that looks just like this, just don't air dash. The tech that you did is fine, like this, but you just kind of have to respect the fact that they can just run up and press a button like that. Especially a character like Faust. You kind of do have to accept that getting bursted into the corner there, you're like kind of defensive from there. That's a big hit. See, like, this is fine. Faust will get hit normally here, obviously. This is far to be meaty. I would throw a little bit more coins in this context. Something important, I think, to try in matchups that feel bad to go in neutral. And you see it more, like, Connor did it, like, crazy in his only mids run. But whenever you're in situations like this, if you see yourself starting to get pushed back, when you reset on stuff like this, throw a coin. When you're getting pushed out, throw more coins. The coins are good because they generally guarantee that you can dash up, and it's like virtually impossible to stop. And the coin itself will give you an easy strike throw if you want to take it. It's very expensive to play like that as Johnny, no pun intended. The reason I mention it, yeah, so coins are expensive. If you can avoid having to use them, that's better. But the only reason I mention it is this is a matchup that feels really bad to go back to neutral in. It's almost worth just constantly forcing aggressive interactions as someone like Johnny here. I only mention it, he didn't, like, Goki didn't really do it here, but I mention it because in a lot of these spots, they could have just held up. Like, right here, they could hold up. Right here, they could hold up, right? And it's like, Faust is really annoying if he holds up there. That's the only reason I mention it. Some matchups, if you think you're comfortable in neutral, don't sweat it. Because that means going back to neutral is not a big deal. But matchups like this where you're like, fuck, man, the neutral feels really bad. It's just like, you might as well try to just kill them, even if it's really expensive. And the idea is, like, you don't always want to do that. You just kind of want to learn how to play that style when you need to. Right? Like this. So, like, you get a coin and he kind of has to respect it. Right? Another big thing, and we'll talk about it, is like there's like a bubble around Faust, and you always kind of want to be farther out so that this is harder for him to do. It's weird to explain, but it's farther than you think. It's almost like because you're in a range where like everything hits you from Faust, it means he can press virtually anything and hit you. And while being far feels bad versus Faust, it limits his options on what he can casually press, and at any point you could theoretically dash or throw a coin or YYRC. So like we'll talk about that spacing because you're in this range a lot on accident, basically. Basically, there are moments where you're confusing, like, oh, I want to be close to this guy because, like, I don't want to return to neutral, and that's smart. Like, you don't... Oh, shit. We didn't put the timer. That's fine. I think it's like... Wait, what's the time? We'll do quick maths. Oh, it's only 5 minutes. I'll just put a 30-minute timer. Free. Before I forget. Sweet. The idea is that, yes, staying close is good so that you maintain, like, offense in some matchups, but it's a lot about understanding a character's range of options in order for that to be effective. And you're kind of casually in the range of buttons like that a lot from Faust, where they, like, all hit. It's not right or wrong, but you're there a lot, and you're not getting the value of a situation like that, where you're here for, like, a fraction of a second. I'll talk about it more in training mode, but, like, this is a little bit better. Actually, this is still too close, but that's a better example of, like, how far you want to be, generally. That's a scary burst point. I think everybody already kind of knows, but going my way is, like, a really consistent burst point versus Faust. You almost always get it. A weird hit. You can't mash on that. That shit is mad plus. Back up 6H, yeah. You can see it. Once you started calling away, I was like, there's only one thing Faust players want here. You see it coming from a mile away. It's the only thing that fucking hits, basically, except far slash, and they don't do far slash there. Yes, so ironically enough, you're, like, standing in it. Once he pokes you, once your character, like, recovers here, this is actually a pretty good range versus Faust. Because only, like scalpel hits. Notice even, like, 2H is, like, barely hitting here. You kind of want it to feel like he has to press these buttons. You don't want him to feel like he can press any other buttons besides this. It doesn't, and like, I'll explain why, but this is a better range despite how it might seem against Faust. Faust is a weird one because it's a lot of getting nicked on purpose with hits that don't mean anything sometimes, in exchange for playing for a different type of movement, right? Like, the way I would put it is, it's a lot better when Faust can only do things like this. And I'll talk about it, because it's already happened twice. Nice, that was good. That's an OTG hit, yeah. That's really good spacing. I can't believe that still hit Faust. I mean, like, I can, but yes, this is good. So the big difference that you're not realizing is when you hold ranges like this, you can Zwei YRC at any point. Right? This is weirdly more uncomfortable than you might think for Faust, because none of his fat ass buttons hit, but Zwei transport is definitely gonna hit. Right? And the idea is, like, you can see a button like that whiff, and as soon as it whiffs, you could Zwei RC and you'd probably catch this. A lot of the times you want to line it up to catch, like, the recovery of something. Right? Like, you almost want to, like, time it preemptively. I'll show it in training mode. But notice that this range is, like, it's not actually getting anything done for him, and he probably doesn't want to pull item toss. Because if you do YY receiver's item toss, unless he gets really lucky, you're probably just going to win on that exchange. So this is closer than you might think. And there's also, like, other things that are a factor, and we'll talk about it. Johnny has the ability to interact a little bit more than people think here. It's just hard to do. And it's not as good as being closer, but being closer is hard in this matchup because of Faust's range. Right? You're still kind of, like, boxing him into a corner. It's just really far, so it doesn't feel like it. But Faust is a character where, like, when his buttons don't hit, it feels more stressful than you might think. It's not like the thing we just talked about with Elphelt, where it's like, oh, I'll just whiff a button and then press it again. Because, like, Faust might die when he does that in some matchups compared to Elphelt. I like that. This is fine. I get dashing there. This is a big part of the problem that's difficult. This is also why being so far, like, let's pretend you didn't dash here. This option was really preemptive, and it probably wouldn't have hit you if you didn't dash there. That's why understanding, like, the range of their options is big, and why sometimes you do have to stop from far, even though it feels kind of bad. Like here, like, yes, like, this is a good indicator of, like, shit like this. Look at how far you are. You did it instantly, but notice that, like, none of Faust 2H, far slash, none of that shit hits here, but transport does. And he has to always be worried about that option. It like, takes a lot of his mental energy, right? Obviously, you don't have YYRC all the time, but the point is, like, if you play it right, like, he is worried about that shit. And it means that he's not just shoving shit out all the time. So dashing gets a little bit better. Not a lot better. It gets a little bit better. Oh, yeah, a little too low. That's tough. Backdash is what I would do here. Ironically enough, I think backdashing is probably... Backdash or mash far slash is better here. But ironically enough, 6P is, like, not that great. Even if it catches pogo at that distance, like the re-pogo hit, I don't really think it's worth it. Ooh, I like that a lot. See, like, yes. This range is better than you think. Because, like, he whiffs things, and then you take space. And, like, now he's gonna connect, but this doesn't combo. And so, like, well, there's basically a formula to how you kind of want to play these, like, neutral interactions with Faust. We'll talk about it right after the set's done. Nice. Honestly, I haven't really noticed you drop too many Faust combos. Most of them have just been weird hits, admittedly. I haven't really even had many chances to be like, hey, you should just do jump H more. Because that's, like, that's the easy problem solver. Right? Yeah, I like this. So... when you're going to control space versus Faust, it's actually farther than you think. It's like around here. Right? Because, like, if you dash from here, buttons like 2S still connect. They're the only buttons that connect, but that's fine. Because 2S means that you could, like, back off and bait something like this again. Right? Or you could, like, stay and block. The thing about Faust, and they're not bad situations... but he's a character that you do want to sometimes learn to interact with aggressively out of defense. Because he's a character that doesn't have jump cancels on a lot of his later stuff. He has to special cancel pretty frequently. Nice. Yeah. I didn't even know you could do it on block. That's fucked up. I believe, by the way, this is always guaranteed knockdown. So I think even if you're not confident, as long as you're kind of close, I think you can probably do 2 dashes in to get that. Like as soon as the 6P hits. But you'd have to double check that. Yeah, this is fine. This is a more chill distance than you think. You can kind of walk them down here. The only thing that hits you is Scalpel. You just have to be careful about that, obviously. Right? The only real timer that you're on there, I think, is just if he item pulls. But Goki hasn't really pulled a lot of items, honestly, so you don't have to worry about it. A Faust that pulls a lot of items is going to be, like, incentivizing you to be more aggressive, but outside of that, you really don't have to worry. All that stuff, yeah. Something I usually advise, if you want to practice it, versus, like, less experienced Faust players, is if Faust always takes this as the meaty, something worth doing is, instead of doing your RPS here, you do it on the button after. There's always, like, a gap after 2K. They're not jailing Gatlings. There's always a gap. So you can backdash, or you can super, or you can blitz after you block 2K. It sounds weird, but unless they're good at actually, like, jump canceling into mix-ups off of J2K, or off of 2K, it's worth just blocking it and waiting for the 2P like that. Because they just automate a lot of that shit anyway. Oh, this is awkward, yeah. You can also do dash coin 2S, but you autopiloted jump after the 6P. I thought you were going to try to combo. I thought I was missing something. I was like, god damn, this is going to be a crazy combo. Yeah, it's not worth RPSing with 2K because it's going to go like under super and it's going to do like a lot of things, right? So it's not actually like really in your interest to do it. But let me see. We'll talk about a couple of things. I think if you're fighting, where is he at? He's like early in the cast. Yeah. And he's later. Oh, I did it backwards. Fuck. Well, I picked the wrong character anyway. Faust is a character where a big thing to keep in mind when you're understanding like the distance that you want to stand at is just use J2K mostly as a point of reference for how far you want to be from Faust. I say this for like everybody. In other words, if this hits you, you're like too close to Faust to hold space versus him. Right? Because Johnny is a character that I like usually obviously wants to hang out like here and nobody's pokes hit. One, that's not true for Faust, but two, this shit hits you. Right? Like this shit is pretty good at hitting you, even if they do the fast one. A lot of the times it'll still hit you. You want to kind of be in a range where this is like not as big of a factor if you press a button. Yeah, I think the idea is that he goes straight into his churn. No matter how you look at it, that's way too good for Faust. So even though you're like, holy shit, this is far, I don't want him to be able to do that. So I stand far, and as soon as he whiffs that, I can like press a button versus Faust. Right, if he's doing something like this, let's say they're doing like a medium altitude one like this, you want to be spaced so that you can start a block stream. Like as soon as they whiff, or he has to like backdash or try to do something. Johnny actually has an amazing button for this in the form of far slash, I would argue. Right? Because like even if he tries like J2K into like J2K immediately, I don't think it'll work versus Johnny far slash. Right? Yeah, see? You'll still hit him. Normally, this is like pretty good versus a lot of people. But like, even if he does that, you'll still usually catch the next J2K. Right? Which often means that like, what's he gonna do? He's gonna like do this and then crouch. That's fine. Like, he's not gonna usually get it in time. Because far slash hits pretty low. So you're just far enough that you're like, sweet, go ahead and do that, buddy. Right? Learning to stop this option is really important from Faust players. Right? Like a lot of intermediate Faust players or like newer Faust players are really reliant on that option connecting and don't understand the RPS after. He could still do stuff like this and he'll get it. But the idea is like, why would I care? Like you backdashed away, like now I'm not punishable. I'll just like wait and see what you do. The only thing he has that hits is this, and you already know, like if he does scalpel, you can always 6p it, and if more importantly, if he does item toss, then you just get aggressive on the cancel. You can chuck coins at J2K. I think that's fine too. I think the problem with coins is like you kind of have to like snipe the moment he does it like that, and that's pretty good. I also don't like the coin if nothing happens as much. But yeah, no, that's fine. I would sooner just do it with like spacings in my normals as Johnny, and then use the coins on my pressure, if that makes sense. Like, I would rather the situation look, I think he's on backdash, I don't want him to do that. I would rather the situation be like this for me as Johnny. Let's say he does, this. You see a fair amount? Yeah, it's fine. I just like this as a concept. I would rather be like, oh cool, I made contact. Let me throw coin. And now my coin is strike throw. Right. This is like how I like to use the coins as Johnny. Because if far slash is going to get the job done, then like, that's why I like it. Because you could do that, or you can do, like if you're this far, you can do, oh, you have to do it immediately. Oh, whoops. Oh my god. Right? And then you can do that off of far slash. The big thing is understanding, like, it's really important, I think, to make sure you're like this far for a couple of reasons. He can't pogo you when you're this far. That means his special cancels are kind of like hard to get away with, right? And the thing about Faust is like, he kind of has to special cancel this move probably, or will special cancel this move, which leaves him with scalpel, right? Or item toss. And the idea is you play risk reward here a lot as Johnny. It's like, if I do 6k and he does item toss, I get a combo, like right away, right? If he does scalpel and he pushes me out, that's fine, because a lot of what happens is like, let's say he just does something like this, right? Let's say I'm holding like this distance and he mashes, can you 6k react to item toss? No, I don't believe you can. I think once you see 6h or 2h, you might as well just press 6k, if that makes sense. Like, I would say I'm the guy that does this. And I just like do it right away. Oh, that's actually mad hard to get. Maybe you do have to do, I was wondering if you had to do this. But I'm the type of dude, well, you could probably react with this maybe. But I'm usually down to just do it like preemptively. And especially if you get the IB, it changes the situation a lot. Damn, maybe 6k is not that good. Maybe you do have to press like 6h to make contact, yeah. It's not the worst thing. Because I'm banking on that like just being like a situation I can do this off of. A big thing that happens a lot in this matchup that I think is kind of okay is like if I do something like this and that doesn't like lead to me getting hit. Like if this is hammer, he just blocks this and I get hit by hammer and then we back off. And the thing is a lot of the gambles that you take when you lose them as Johnny, you just get pushed out here. And I already said, like, you can just wait. And at any time, like, one of these is relevant, right? That's kind of the other thing about, like, especially if they do this a lot to you, that's, like, how you deal with the situation. Because you're like, I want to hold space. I want to bait dive kick. I want to bait dive kick, right? And so you hang out here and they do this to you. Like, that's fine. You just move a little forward. Just move a little forward and realize that Zwei transport is spaced automatically. You don't have to get impatient. Not necessarily here. Similarly, like, let's say I'm holding a space where I'm, like, not worried about this shit anymore. A dash, if they're scared, is still going to be close enough to just put me, like, basically the same distance I used to be, right? And, like, yeah, this might not hit, but this definitely is going to hit anything. You can also just throw coin after to check everything. The idea is you always want to hang out close enough as Johnny that things like this are not super scary. But every time Faust doesn't think very hard and presses something like this, you're gonna force RPS where the like you're fishing for like big value, right? So like if you end up here again off the dash and he just does that again, you're like, you know what, I'm gonna mash 6p this time. And then you get this situation as Johnny. Does that make sense? I think Johnny kind of wants to block shit on purpose sometimes in this matchup because it's easier to force interactions off of a block than it is a whiff, ironically enough. Right? And so the idea is there's kind of some layers to it. Really what I want you to like practice more is like, one, I already mentioned it earlier, but like anytime you do this, it means you can force at least a potential opening, right? Especially if you don't have a level or something and it's going to be hard to hold your turn. That was a proactive matchup, but it seems like another reactive one. It's, the way I would put it is, it is proactive. A lot of these are just assumptions and I'm just reacting. And a lot of the times it's okay because my gambles are rarely big punishes for Faust. If that makes sense. It's pretty uncommon that he gets big punishes except for if you're like, oh, I really want to mash like 6H on item toss or something. And he does this, then he gets a real combo. Right? But the idea is if you just play a little patient like this, the situation isn't as bad as you think, as Johnny. You just have to kind of guess again. The guess just changes. The guess is, are you sick of pressing this? Because if I run forward and he hits that, then I get hit, right? But if he just randomly does it, right? Let's say the Faust player has a bad habit of doing this, right? Let's say I'm like this far. And so they love, let me do it a little earlier. I'm trying to like snipe the timing. Probably be like this, right? Let's say I'm like here, and this happens, and I dash, and they love doing that because I always dash forward. Okay, that's fine. I'm also going to make an assumption, and I'm going to do transport. Oops. Oh my god. Maybe I should play Johnny on stick for this. I feel like I always get fucked trying to do Zwei on hitbox. And you get a combo, right? That's why he can't just stick a button out like that. And Zwei RC is not something that is like, oh, I'm just going to wait and react to it. Like, you don't have great options if you wait for this shit. Not a lot of characters have great options. I think he can try to 5k you before you get there. But the idea is that you're farming that respect, right? The idea is that because I'm spaced out and the only things that hit me are like far/2H, keep in mind, Pogo doesn't hit me. He doesn't have a good frame trap. If you're closer, this doesn't apply. When you block a move like this, you have to respect Pogo up close. Oops, ad. We should pause the timer. It's whatever. It's like 30 seconds. We're not worried about it. Hey, thanks for the follow. You're back? Alright. But, yeah, the idea, just the one thing I'll say, it's an important asterisk. Keep it in mind. That's only if this shit doesn't hit. If you're blocking moves like this, point blank, you kind of do have to respect this. It's a frame trap. If you want to get disrespectful, you can blitz it preemptively to force it, because it always has that frame trap gap in it. So you can do that if you want. I believe it always has like that. Well, maybe not. Maybe you do have to IB it. Yeah, you do. I mean, that's fine. Because that means if they delay it, then that, like, you'll always just get it. Yeah. But does that make sense? That's only true because I'm far from Faust. A big thing that you're locking out that he wants to have is this. This is a pretty good frame trap for him, ironically enough. They decided to give him that. But this situation is different because the idea is, yeah, like you're waiting for, what you're waiting for is dive kick. That's why you stand this far, right? You don't really want to block 2H, but if it happens, you're like, all right, well, like, you got me. The idea is if they press 2H and you press a button, like, bro dies, right? Like, I figure that's implied, right? The 2H mash is not, like, is not a thing that they should just get to do all the time. Like, if you snipe that shit, he's fucking dead, right? So it's like, you don't really play for this to happen a lot of the times. But if it does, the idea is that you're like, sweet, I'll just get my punish, right? And it's like, okay, well then, what if they... You didn't know you could catch 2H with Far Slash? You can. The startup of it. Far Slash hits mad low, bro. Like, Far Slash hits really low. Yeah, like, you'll just catch the startup of it, right? But again, the point, I don't want to waste too much time on this since... Oh, actually, this is like mostly the idea. The idea is that once they're scared of a situation like that, and they do this, and they just like wait or item toss or something, what happens is that you have earned the respect to just immediately dash. I'm talking immediate, right? Like, you don't wait and see the situation and go like, oh, I wonder, or something. Like, this is kind of why I say, like, no, it is a preemptive matchup, but you're playing like risk rewardy, right? The thing that's important is like, because this, I think it's this one. You press 2H. Yeah, because this never combos, you don't care. You can just eat this hit and then nothing happens. This doesn't combo if Pogo doesn't reach, and it won't at that distance, right? And it's not counter hitting because you're not pressing a button, you're just dashing, right? You just want the space back, right? And yeah, he can stick a button out, but that's why I say, like, it's kind of okay to get hit a lot as Johnny and just be like, that's fine. I'll just like get hit and then buffer. Like, I would deadass get hit there and buffer like Zwei off the hit. I would do that, like, after getting hit, because the idea is the same. Either you're gonna scalpel and I can always like 6p that shit and get a knockdown, or you're gonna like push me out, right? The idea is Faust will not kill me fast enough if I don't give him counter hits for free, right? That it's like, when you're wrong here, it doesn't even feel that bad, honestly, if that makes sense. It feels bad if you don't know how to play the situation, but the idea is like, what's he gonna do here? I'll record it real quick. If he mashes, let me see if I got it. If he mashes Pogo, it won't reach me here. See? That's the only thing that would combo off this without a counter hit. And if he mashes Pogo and you're level 3 him. It's a punish. It's like, I'm almost positive he's just fucked if that happens. Like, I would literally just level 3. Like, I'd be like, sweet, bro. Because he can't really do anything. I think he has to exit Pogo like frame 1. But the point is, I'm not gonna lie, like, Johnny is a character where, like, if this happens to you in this matchup, level 3 is a big part of this matchup. This is a level 3 matchup, because you could just do, like, whatever, bro. Right? And the only thing that would catch that is Scalpel. Even if he buffers item toss, it's not gonna work, bro. This matchup is really funny to me. I'll record it now, it's fine. Let's say he buffers item toss, because he wants to get some value out of item toss. Oh, that is actually safe. Holy shit. I wasn't sure. Maybe it is. Let me see. Honestly, that's kind of fine too, though. Not the misfire whip. Sorry, I was talking about like item toss. Because the way I look at it is basically like, am I actionable as Johnny? Right? Like, the question is like, am I actionable as Johnny? Yes. Okay. Should I wait and let Faust press a button and then get into a range where I'm going to threaten YYRC again instead the next time? Or should I just dash again? Like, if he's not knocking me down, the idea is like, I get to keep doing it over and over again. Health is a resource in this matchup, right? That, like, you were okay with being relatively aggressive. The same logic applies to Far Slash, by the way. It's the same button. It's just lower attack level. So it's even easier to do shit with. Yeah, health is a resource, and like, you don't think about it too much. You're just like, The problem a lot of Johnny players have is like they'll get hit and they'll panic and they'll like give up space a lot. And I'm like, no, that's okay. Like if you're not getting knocked down, don't just run away. Because even if a Faust player does this, for example, oh shit, it's a half circle in place. Right? Even if a Faust player did this to me, that's okay. Like at the end of the day, I'm the dude that combos off my pokes. You're not, right? So if I'm here and this happens, and they do 2H no cancel, that's fine. Nothing changed. I will probably just wait and see what you do. None of your pokes hit. If you're not careful, I'm either gonna stagger an approach and get pressure, right? Because all I have to do is time it when you're not pressing a button. Or if I think you're not looking for it, I should do Zwei or C. Could you call out the second 2H with Zwei? Yeah, you could. You mean like the one, like this one, right? You just do Zwei or C immediately. If you're talking about that one, yeah, you just do that. You could even do, yeah, like if what you're saying, you could probably even whiff punish it, potentially, with level 3. It's just, this is actually hard to do. Right? I would say you'd have to like workshop it. Yeah. But a lot of this shit is kind of preemptive. But I guess more of the idea, since we've spent basically the whole review on it, I think you're fine a lot of the times. You should be a little bit more aggressive in the neutral and like, or in the offense, because you want to like really force this situation. And then more importantly, like, don't be here versus him. If other buttons connect like 2P or 2D or any of that, you don't want to be that close. Notice that like at this distance, like 2D doesn't really hit me that well, right? You always want to be far enough that like you could still press a button like 2S, or throw a coin, or 6H, or do something. You have buttons that reach here, they're just not far slash, right? You just have to be farther and like kind of acknowledge that. And then, yeah, you could just do things like 6H and then 6H cancel. And if the thing about 6H cancel that's nice is if you do 6H cancel nothing and you back up, you're approaching that range, or you're like too far for anything but scalpel to matter. But as long as you have 25 bar, then you just Y or C back in. Right? And it takes a lot of mental energy for Faust to play around that. The only thing you're worried about is item toss here. But like, if they're whiffing shit like that, that's fine. You can just take the space slow. Right? That's how you play versus like Faust that just sticks shit out and wait for you all day. That's a lot of like early level Faust. But you had a lot of situations where you're a little close because you want something like far slash to hit them, like here. And what happens is this happens to you. Because Johnny's so tall that it's like this hits like every time. This happens, and now this is bad. This isn't the same as the other one, because you block something that's plus, and so Faust can run up and do real Gatlings and real pressure to you now. And it's harder to read, right? The reason that the situation I talked about is so easy to read, regardless of it's far slash or 2H, those buttons are only special cancelable, right? They're only special cancelable, and his special cancels suck here. He can't threaten anything. He just has scalpel, right? The idea is like, yeah, I'm cool with blocking that as Johnny. You don't always want to block it, but the idea, like I said, is that you kind of want to snipe one of those buttons. And when you don't, you do start getting pushed out kind of far. And so you have to, like, leverage if you're like, okay, should I wait if he presses a button and play for that? Or should I send it, right? And obviously, like, a lot of the times, if you hit this and you're wrong, just throw a coin and fix it, right? Especially off of 2S. 2S is a button that you're using a lot in this matchup. So it's like being able to recognize like, oh, 2S didn't like lead to anything. Okay, let me just wire C in. Right? It's like a big part of the matchup. But yeah, it gets really awkward because Faust's range is big. He can hit you from here still, right? But the big thing is as long as you're not getting counter hit here, he never gets any good. He never gets a combo. Or he has to spend 50 bar for that shit. And you're usually okay with that, I think, as Johnny. 2K is one of the less plus buttons on miscant or 2S. Doing coiners wide off of it's probably good to start. Yeah, the idea is that if people hold up here, the coin is good insurance. And Zwei is like unfuckwittable. If people hold up there, they're gonna jump into Zwei. They have to air throw this option. And air throw is really preemptive. The way I would put it is it is harder for Johnny because applying offense off of just buttons like 6H and 2S is hard. It's a lot harder for Johnny. Because you actually have to commit a lot more than you're probably used to with the character. But a lot of it is like you commit and then you kind of see how it goes. And then if Faust commits on like a big button instead of like J2K whiff, right? Because like if he J2K whiffs, like you said, like you can throw a coin. I like far slash a lot versus it because he moves into you, so the far slash will now hit when he whiffs his J2K. But the idea is like you always play for J2K because it's too good. You can't let Faust get that. It's too good. You would rather be okay with Faust potentially mashing pokes versus your offense randomly because the pokes don't lead to like objectively good shit. They're just like more RPS for him, right? It's not good for Johnny to block those, but the idea is it's even worse to block J2K. If you block J2K, you basically just lose, right? But if you block far slash or 2H, you can do way more stuff after it. Basically, that matchup would be, in my opinion, unplayable if you didn't have ZYYRC as Johnny, because then you would actually never have a good way to threaten getting back on top of him ever. And it's like Johnny usually has the bar for it, man. Like it's not that uncommon, right? You'll take what you can get. I think it's fine. I think it's a hard matchup in the sense that like Johnny rides a thin line. Like I said, it's hard to do pressure when you have to actually be like kind of worried about what happens. Connor linked the whole VOD instead of timestamping. What a beast. Oh, your overall run. I know a huge... In your experience, 5k is probably the biggest problem in the matchup. Yeah, that makes sense. I was talking about that too, Kidiot, where it's like 5k is really good at sticking out preemptively because it's hard to punish, and it will hit ZYYRC if he catches you when you do it. Yeah, it's weird to get a feel. It's a really unintuitive matchup. ZYYRC neutral, always going low on Zwyoki, using coin on block to extend pressure. Okay. Do you have any set specifically that you'd rather watch? Because you played a lot at one point, bro. You were on stream for like half the late matches at one point, because that's how losers runs work. And I'm gonna be real, I don't remember like any of your matches off the top of my head, bro. We can watch the one you lost if you want to do that. That's like usually an easy one. Because I think you lose on stream twice, right? Avery and Meltron, sure. You like... Didn't you play Avery twice? Or was it only in losers? Versus Gage, I'm not gonna lie. I think my advice would be like just get better at blocking Leo. The reason I ask is because it's a little different for each character, right? So it's like it will be tweaked. We'll talk about the Bedman one though. I think it's still worth you getting better at this matchup because I think fundamentally you're okay into characters that have to run at you, but you're shaky versus characters that have good options at stopping your approach. Or don't care as much about like you being not committal, basically. So I think, yeah, both of these are probably better. And yeah, I will say, last note about the Faust matchup, once they start pressing 5k, it will get a little bit more complicated. But you can still dash forward versus 5k a lot of the times. The same way you would dash forward versus 2H, the way I talked about it, because 5k won't hit you. When you dash forward, they'll just whiff 5k. But know that if they 5k and use YYRC, you lose. And like, I think that's pretty uncommon for Johnny. He's like not used to YYRC losing a lot. He's used to people blocking or running away from it, but he's not used to it just like losing. It's pretty uncommon. I think I put the timer right. Yeah, we're good. 5k devours that shit. Yeah, you'll cross that bridge when you get to it. But you still have to start with what I talked about. I like this. This is also a really important concept to understand. You actually did it a couple times. Learning when some dude has to like special cancel or jump cancel or do something that is like YYRCable is really good. You can also do this to Faust actually too, by the way. If you're like think he's gonna item toss. Though it's kind of risky because if he throws hammer, he just hits you. But it's really good versus characters like Bedman. Off of like 2D and shit, if you think Bedman has to like toss something at you, it's pretty good. So YYRC, when you understand someone is either minus or has to special cancel, is really good. I like the spacing. I think this idea, I'm not going to try to pause these too much, we'll talk about it more, is like, a lot of Johnny players, I think it's okay to like, part of the learning curve is understanding that when you dash forward, if you're just eating a straight hit and it doesn't lead to a combo, just eat the hit and like kind of wait around or something. Like, that doesn't mean don't dash there necessarily. It just means like, oh, you got hit this time. Like, maybe next time, like, throw a coin there instead or something. Right? Most of the time, Johnny is like perfectly okay with just getting clipped in his dash, but it doesn't lead to a knockdown. Let's block on the mix. That is hella plus. Bedman round. The good thing about Bedman rounds is they take 80 years, so you always get your burst back. Because Bedman sucks. I beat it. It's fine. It's fine. Yes. I think that you have a better grasp on this matchup now, and that sometimes Johnny just blocks, bro. Like, that's okay. Like, Johnny's just built to block, and then gamble, like, mid-block string. Because you can try and avoid some of this stuff, but it's okay. It's honestly not that fine to block a lot of it. And you just wait for Bedman to start getting close to you and play off of that, I think. And you're still building the resource that will eventually let you skip neutral. I will say a bad habit, I think, not bad habit, but I don't think you need a faultless that much. It is basically the reason you haven't built, like, a lot of bar by now. Nice. That was a good reset. This is kind of low, right? I guess we'll never know. This is too far. It was almost there. Bigger character, probably. And it would hit. Yeah, like, this is fine. And you get a knockdown. Johnny's so sick. The counter him gave him a knockdown, and it was guaranteed because of the replay. It was funny. Oh, yeah, one thing I was going to say is, Bedman's kind of interesting. You honestly don't have to extend too hard versus Bedman. I think you can apply a similar logic to the, well, like, holding spacing. We'll talk about holding space versus Bedman. It's the same idea as Faust, where it's like, in my opinion, you basically, like, if they're always gonna do forward dash, then you can wait, and if you see it, you can 5k and punish it. It's either that or they jump, and, like, either one is kind of fine. Bedman seems to me like he has similar issues to, like, Coom when it comes to getting out of the corner versus Johnny. Where, like, Johnny basically just spaces around your buttons a bit, and then throw? Oh, you can throw that. He spaces around your buttons a bit, and then if you jump, he just reacts with backdashes, because they don't have good forward movement in the air. Nice. I do think the idea, by the way, is that the coins are only problematic if you keep doing them, right? And like right now, it's just muscle memory for you. So you do coin toss, coin toss, coin toss. And the idea is like, if you really look at it, in this situation, Avery didn't do anything. Avery would have just respected miscancel into dash. Avery also respected that dash without any coin, right? Coins are more about forcing respect. You really don't have to throw them very frequently. It's one of two things in my eyes. You throw it because you're like, okay, I need to represent it, or you throw it because you want to make sure that you're going to get the strike throw, right? Like you're okay with spending the coin and just being like, I just want to be in front of you. Guaranteed, right? Not really, but you know what I mean. It's hard to interact with, right? They're not like a pressure reset frequently, but the idea is like, yeah, see how he like respects the dashes now a little bit? You really only need to throw coin a little bit to get people off of like holding up all the time or shit like that. And then they get sick of holding up. Even though if you're not good at punishing it, there's like no reason they shouldn't. Ooh, boom. This is a pretty standard hit. This is low though. Yeah. There's good awareness that it's not going to combo. Something you should do, in my opinion, a little bit more is like all the spots where your heart says like Zwei YRC in a matchup like this, you should probably just tell your heart to think 6k YRC instead. Because a lot of Bedman pollution is in the air like this, if you notice. So if you see it's going to be in the air like that, then use, like, if you see it's that angle, use YYRC over it. If you think it's the one where he throws it on the ground and it drifts up, then you just, like, 6k around it. Or you respect it. It's kind of fine, honestly, a lot of the times. Yeah, there you go. And you just sneak in, get a punish. Yeah, it's easy to forget. I mean, 6k YRC is also corny. It's definitely some, like, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna do this, and it's hard to punish, and it's hard to deal with type of energy. Dude, I am so fucking hungry. I can't wait for VOD review to be over. I ate right before, too. The cereal didn't fill me up, I guess. That wall was like, that's fine. You realized you didn't have coins, and you had to think about what you wanted to do. Yeah, you didn't have coins, so like any normal round. No, I know why you freaked out. You didn't have coins, so you didn't know what to do to kill. The funny part is you could have just done super, right? This is alright. Whenever Bedman has you cornered like this, and it's on a replay, there's not really a point in like trying to do anything besides instant block and then jump here. Which it looks like you tried to do, but it's a little harder with Johnny because you have the extra frame and it's a little bit stricter. But yeah, you basically like, you don't want to mash into this, you don't want to do anything, you just want to respect it. He has the replay out, he's just going to reset his pressure anyway. And now the replay is gone. The replay lasts roughly like 3 summons, and then it's over. Mash. Oh yeah, a little far. That should have connected. I think the 5p timing was actually a little off, maybe. Take the burst. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but I kid you not, Bedman would probably give you another burst if you burst right there. Especially because you've already been playing slow, so it's like, fine. Gonna miss. I would tech back here. Don't tech into Bedman much, he's just gonna anti-air you. Burst again. Gonna teleport on you. Now he's got the replay. It's really hard to do anything besides just hold up. Or sorry, instant block and jump out. If you don't get the instant block, you just gotta respect. Yeah. Watch like one more of this, and then we'll watch some of the Meltron one. Because I can't watch 2 whole sets, they're too long. Especially because this one goes the distance. That's confirmed. Bedman's a weird weight, so. I was gonna say this. Actually, I'll add it as my piece of advice. Yeah, so it'll kind of work out for you, but I will say a big thing is like, as long as you're outside the range of a button Bedman's gonna press, you actually don't want to give him this for free. And Avery basically only knows how to get out of block using 6-6. So it's like, you don't have to worry too much about them like super jumping into glide RPS, which would be the other side of the coin. That's too far, yeah. Bedman pretty heavy. A little early. Actually, honestly, I respect that bait. Also because, like, you kind of need to start being stingy with your coins here. Nice, this should combo. Yeah. So, like, yeah, see, you kind of, like, biffed it a little bit, but the idea is, like, if you ever just miscancel and wait and they do this, you can catch that for a punish. You just press 5k and you get a punish. Messing it up essentially recreated the same situation. This is a burst point right here. When Bedman goes, wee, you can burst right here. You see him hit you with the bed, you're like, okay, he hit me, burst. This is also okay, but technically that's not guaranteed if they hold back. That was a good super jump or back or regular jump back from them. That's mad funny. This is really impressive. I was really impressed that you remembered to do the route correctly. That's a weird hit to start on too. Oh, Johnny's beast, bro. There will never be another. There will never be another quite like you. I saw Johnny Denning will go through all of enhanced stun edge too. Oh my god, dude, that shit was sick. He just went through the whole fucking projectile in the later half. Faultless is good. You have a habit of doing too much faultless, I've noticed too. We'll talk about what to do instead. I'll teach you what is a pretty good habit. Nice. This is a good confirm. I'll teach you what to do instead. You can just grind it. It's like a thing you can internalize. Jump and jump away here is good. Or that works too. This is so funny that they left this on the VOD. She never took it off of OBS. She just forgot. Yeah, that was a good combo. Oh, you can hella, like, once you block this, I could be wrong. You could definitely mash far slash. You can also just mash. This shit is punishable, bro. Fuck YYRC, bro. Do a punish. This shit is a punish. You just mash far slash your 5. I figured you knew, but yeah. Just make sure you don't push block it. And you can just block that shit and like mash far slash and it's probably fine. You can never visibly punish that reversal turn save you. Yeah, I don't do that shit visually. I just mash, bro. Are you kidding me? If I'm playing bike and I don't even do that, I just do a better punish. This is you know what's fucked up? Look at the bar. It's like almost identical. If Johnny gained more on K-Miss Finer Whiff, it'd be so fucked up. He already gains quite a bit. Him gaining any is kind of fucked up. That was a good delay. Dude, I want to play other characters for funsies. Maybe I'll play a little bit of Johnny on stick, so it doesn't fuck with my hitbox. Every time I see Johnny, I'm like, man, I want to go back to playing a character. I want to fuck around with the character that just never has consequences. It's been a minute. Trade. This is fine. Yeah, like yeah, I actually do agree with that's why YRC, especially because you force the meter out. This is a weird spacing. Oh, but it doesn't matter. That was actually a good burst point if you did the normal route. Funny enough. Fuck you. Deny. No, I don't know if it bans you if I put deny. So I have to put allow. 20 minutes. I think we're good. I don't think the Meltron set will give like any new information. Oh sweet, I only have to switch one of these characters. I didn't have any. The only real Bedman specific thing I think you could do more of is if the Bedman is relying on forward dash like during resets. Yeah, I know it's the wrong screen. You're good. I was pulling up my notepad. Thank you though. If the Bedman player is only doing this defensively, then you can just wait. It's a pretty long animation. And if you do this, it's a punish. Right? And the idea is, like, if you're this far, like, most Bedman shit doesn't hit anyway. And, like, even, like, it's pretty unlikely that they're gonna press far slash. So, like, you just be here. When you push yourself out on something like this, you can just wait. Nothing hits. And if you wait, like, a half second and they do this, this will be a punish if it's, like, all you're waiting for, right? That's like the only thing I think you do too much of is like you'll do a button and then you'll do like coin, and what happens is like you do coin and they eat it for free like that, and they actually end up like behind you. Worst case for this is 2H and Johnny isn't even that scared of that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the spacing is good. The spacing is basically like Bedman has to kind of tell himself it's okay to do this, and this is a lot scarier than you think, potentially, because if he goes into this mode and he sees you hover, it's toast. You're just dead. Right? So it's like, even if he does do something like this, a lot of your anti-airs are like fine, I think, as Johnny. Don't worry about it. This isn't like really my advice. It's just like, if you fight Bedman the next time, try to do more waiting on your block streams. Right? Just wait. Honestly, even when he takes to the skies to Choi, it's not a big deal. If the Johnny is like comfortable with it. But yeah, the thing I was gonna say, there's a couple things. I think it's time for you to go back to running honest Okizeme. And what I mean by that is like, if you get a hit, I think this works on Bedman. You know what? Old reliable. Probably. Oh, actually, wait. What am I kidding? I don't actually care. You can just do. You just do KSH, right? Yeah. So, I'm not worried about it, bro. Don't worry about it. I just need to do anything small. The point is, I need a knockdown. Right? So when you get a knockdown, doesn't matter how you did it. You have to stop doing Zwei YRC now. If you don't have more than 25 bar, don't do it. And it's also, it's like, you know, do it sometimes, whatever. It's not like a hard rule. But my point is that it's more important that you learn how to play without it because you don't always have it. So, like, simulating that on purpose more frequently is going to force you to get better at the situation. You just take the knockdown and internalize doing a little bit of walking up and doing a throw. Or spacing 2K. Pick your 2K as the meaty a lot more than you think. For like a couple of reasons. If somebody backdashes, 2K far slash is pretty fucking good at catching that. Right? And I'll show you. Let me open the thingy real quick. Back to the classic. The one thing I'll tell you though is that I know that if I don't tell you, you probably won't think to do it right away. Don't press 5K here. If you're not going to do, like, Oki, right? Which is, you know, like, if you're not going to do the Zwei YRC, realize that it's not worth doing... Let me see. Reversal tool. I'm just trying to do this as fast as I can. Reversal tool, animation, wake up, universal, backdash. Cool, we're good. We're not worried about option selects, buddy. Don't worry about that shit right now. The point is, like, let's say I get a knockdown. Let's just do it like this, because there's no reason not to do it like this. So let's say I get a knockdown as Johnny. And I walk up and I do... Wait, why is he not... Fuck! Why is he not doing it? Do the thing, man. Hold on, let me, like... I know sometimes the replay thing is weird if you don't, like... Oh, wait, what? I put it on the wrong thing. Oh, my bad. I thought it was on waking up. There we go. Okay, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. When you get a knockdown, just tell yourself it's strike throw, but the strike is 2K 5S, like this. And almost always, this shit will give you close slash or maybe far slash. Sometimes it gives far slash, but it tends to just catch like the next thing anyway. Like a lot of characters, let's pick a not long backdash like Bedman. Let's pick like something relatively normal, like let's say Soul. Obviously they can DP, that's not really the point. The low is good for a lot of reasons. It also catches people that are trying to tech, hold up out of the thing, etc. And you can still time this to like just be faster probably than like anything they'll press. This is generally the case a lot of times for Johnny. You just do this and you're like, cool, I got a hit. Or it looks like this, and you're also okay with it, right? Like if I change him to do it, actually I can just change it on the thingy, right? Play it 50% of the time. It'll just look like this, right? Right? See, he's either gonna just block this shit, or he's gonna get hit by that. See? And you can space out at this range. 2K is like outside of the range of basically everybody's throws. So throw OS won't work either. See, he just gets caught. Alright, I missed the timing a little bit. I really will early. There's kind of like a rhythm to it, but the timing is the same. 2K into S is the timing that you can internalize where you'll get a Gatling, or you do it just slow enough that like this comes out like this. If you do it right away like this, it won't, right? You're buffering it, and so it won't. It would only come out on hit, right? And something like this will only come out on hit now. But you can kind of just like internalize the timing. Practice it with the reversal thing. You want it to like catch them when they wake up like that, but you also want it to be ready for them backdashing. And also practice hit confirming, depending on what you get a little bit. Be ready to maybe hit this. And a lot of the times, I think an easy autopilot is if you see this, you press 2S and then you do K misfire. I see a lot of Johnny's like, that's the easy autopilot confirm. You're like, oh, I pressed it, I got partial and boom. And you build that muscle memory, right? Or they block it because they could also block it sometimes potentially. But if you notice, like, this has just been a punish. This has just caught his backdash every time. Pretty much. Right? And then on close slash, you could just do an easy 1, 2, 3 if you want. If you care about burst safety, you can rebeat like that and it's really burst safe. Don't worry about that, honestly, but it is an option that exists, so I like pointing it out. If you do boom, boom, oh, I hit him, and you reverse beat, and you're, like, well-spaced as Johnny, you can do reverse beat 2K into far slash, and it's really hard to burst, compared to doing this. This is easier to burst, because the close slash will go into 5H, and they can burst close slash. But yeah, do it more. The reason I say is because anytime you do this, even a character like Johnny might have cracked out meter game, but it doesn't matter. If you use YYRC, anybody in the video game no longer builds 25 bar all the time, right? Or sorry, nobody builds meter period. Once you suffer penalty, you don't get it for 6 seconds. Even if you're Johnny, it doesn't matter, right? Like, if I Roman cancel, look at how hard this shit tanks my meter as Johnny, right? Look at it. Couple dashes, the shit is flying, right? It's pretty fast, right? But if I do this, it doesn't even move for 6 seconds. Look how long I'm in penalty. And then you get it back, right? The reason is like you do it a lot every time, Connor, and you haven't built more bar. So you just kind of like get one chance, and then when it doesn't work, you haven't really like built any resource in your meter, right? So just like go back to doing a bit more strike throw. Use YYRC as a I don't want to deal with something option, right? Like, oh man, I really don't want to deal with like a DP right now, right? But like remember, you have options for DP. You can space this and back up and see what happens. You're pretty well kitted into a lot of reversal options, right? But you want to save it so that you're like, man, this is weird. I have like 50 bar. I'm just gonna fucking do it. Like I'm just gonna do it on the knockdown now. Because the big thing is even if you get a hit as Johnny, let's say you do this, and you get a hit, and it carries to the corner, and you use YYRC, and you hit him. Even if you do everything right, you're only probably going to put most characters at, like, this much health. It's Johnny. It's probably, like, this much, right? But even a good hit will put a lot of characters, like, here off of this YYRC. They're still at, like, 30, 40%. It's a lot of damage. I'm not trying to downplay that. But you've already kind of played your hand as Johnny. You have, like, no bar. Maybe you have burst. Maybe you don't. But, like, they probably built a decent amount of bar while you beat them up. They probably maybe still have their burst if they didn't try to use it. It's a lot more of a comebackable situation than you might think. It also means that if you're wrong on this YYRC, like, and you're getting hit right after that, you have no bar to play the situation. Where normally, if you were a little more patient, then you could just, like, blitz or fucking super or something, right? But yeah, run some old-fashioned strike throw. Pick strike most of the time, bro. You don't have a reason not to. Just pick strike most of the time. And then if someone is really patient, then just do this. But you want to probably only throw maybe like 15-20% of the time. It's like a thing most people do not bother blocking on wake up in this game. And if somebody is crazy enough to press low blitz versus 2K, just press 5K and you get your unscaled half their health bar combo. Blitz is a part of the game. Eventually somebody's going to do this. And all you tell yourself is like, okay, I guess I'll just press 5K and like S instead now. Or you can, if you want to maintain safety versus backdash, you just press 2P instead. This will still beat blitzes and it'll still recover fast enough that you can do something like this. It's the same button. It's just the mid, so now it doesn't lose the low blitz. They're identical. The other thing I was gonna say is if you find that you're faultlessing a lot, internalize this type of defense versus pretty much any character. It's fine. When somebody runs up, only hold faultless at the beginning, like this. Just like, I'm gonna hold it for like a button or two, like this, right? And then as soon as that happens, don't do it anymore. Don't do it anymore. It's gonna push out more than you think. Basically, this adds up over the block string way faster than you think, right? If I don't do anything, he ends up decently close, right? Look at it. My far slash hits him. If I faultless one button, my far slash barely starts hitting him. Actually, I didn't even faultless it. There we go. Still hits. Let me faultless 2 buttons. Now this doesn't hit. See? It doesn't go away, if that makes sense. The pushback is there. You just don't see it until later in the block string because it's still got to push him out. So the idea is like just faultless a little bit. Just do it a little bit at the beginning and then try to dedicate more of your energy towards like IBing instead. Like this, right? So like I'm gonna faultless, now I'm gonna try to IB on a move like this. And now if he buffers like this is a good defensive pattern in general for everybody, right? So like notice how this doesn't even hit me anymore off of 1 extra pushback. Like, and now his block string doesn't even work. All I did was faultless 2P. I didn't faultless any other button in the block string. But his 5H misses now. Right? Pushback adds up. You don't have to worry about it. See, now I gotta whip him. Right? The big thing is I find a lot of people hold it because they're like, I want you out, I want you out. And it's like, you're good, man. Like, one or 2 buttons like this is all you need to get like a lot of pushback by the end of the block string. And the idea is usually the best form of defense is something like this, where it's like you block one thing and then you, oh my god, I'm so bad at instant blocking around here. And then you just start instant blocking, right? Like, you just fish for instant block, instant block, instant block. And that's like just a good defensive pattern. Anyone can do it, and it's actually pretty valuable into like a lot of matchups. If you watch basically any of my defense versus a lot of characters that are aggressive, I tend to do this a lot. The initial pushback is also really good because if somebody does like push and then they try to strike through you, they end up really far off of it compared to like if you just block it. Dude, I cannot. I'm like too fast on this, I think. Right? I'll have to practice this later. I'm pretty bad at getting those IBs. So it's like, yeah, if you want to do faultless defense, just do it a bit at the beginning of the string. And remember, that's always true every time they run up for you. So let's say he does this. Right? Let's say he recognizes that I'm pushing him out like this. Every time he runs up versus me, I'm going to do it again a little bit. Every time somebody is starting a block string that has like punch and kick normals, like this off of run-ups or anything like that, I'm generally always faultlessing the first moves. It's very hard to play around that consistently. Even as a better player, it's just a really strong defensive tactic. It's hard to abuse consistently. Because like I said, the pushback's already there. So like my block string has to change, right? And so people are either running up like this and like committing again. But like the reason I mention it is because you got to do it like every time, right? Right? See, even like the pushback here made his 2S whiff when I did it on 2 buttons like that. So you made his close slash whiff, right? It kind of just depends how hard you want to commit to it. That's why like high level souls and like certain VODs, you'll see them do like 2P, 2P, 2P. Like they're trying to really scare people off of just autopiloting pushback all the time, right? And so they're like, I'm just going to negate it. I'm just going to negate it by moving forward every time. That's why you see high level souls just do like 3 of these. Because if you're not ready, then like you just do, like let's say you only do 2 of these, right? Then it's like, I'll just do it every time, right? And so I didn't even get it on the second one. And so I'm still pushing you out. Look at how far he is still, right? Off of this situation. So it's like, you want to keep denying it as the soul. See how he's like going back in? Like, this is how you counter it. Don't worry about it. But this is why it's strong, man. And then the last piece of advice I have is practice doing like the block strings where you do coin, Connor. Anywhere, like you'll know them because if you boot up the CPU and you're like, you know, all right, what feels comfortable in my hands? Like, okay, I throw coin there a lot. Focus on that spot. Pick the same button and dash instead. Just start with that. That's how you rewrite your muscle memory for something like that. The same logic applies because the idea is that if you were throwing coin here, it was establishing respect, right? So you want to farm respect in the exact same spot. It's really that straightforward, honestly, in my opinion. Like at the start with Johnny, any spot you're like, oh, I do a lot of coin after 2 hits of 2D. Okay, then sometimes I'm just gonna run up and reset my block strings instead. That's the whole point of throwing coin. That is the whole point. And I was mentioning it earlier. The only times I think you want to throw coin as Johnny, in my opinion, are like, I think they're going to mash or maybe they're going to jump. And so I want to catch that. Or if you, like, basically it's just that, right? Like, mostly like, oh, you know, I'm down to spend a coin. Maybe they mash, whatever, and like I just get a free hit. The other one is like, if you hit a bar slash here and you're like, you know what? If I press 2S right now as Johnny, this dude has like not a lot of reason to not hold up after it, right? This guy has a lot of reason to just hold up here. I'm going to throw coin and make sure I get my turn, right? Coin is a lot like people that do this, right? Every time, that's like the joke. That's why coins are worth 25 bar. Because a character like Soul, if he's like, I want to lock out all options, period. He does this, right? That's how he does it. That's how Kai does it. That's how everyone does it. Johnny gets to do it for coins. He goes, I want to lock out all options. Right? The only things that beat shit like this, someone in the classroom is going to be like, well, actually, if you... Like, I know it doesn't beat everything. It beats the most common options. It might as well beat everything. If you blitz it, Johnny will run into the invincibility and you can threaten a coin. Or sorry, you can threaten throw. There are things that you can do to punish the coin toss into run-up. Right? I understand that. That's not the point. It's really good for Johnny to do it. Like, he can also just walk forward. And if you did any of those things, you die. Johnny always controls the situation here fundamentally. Right? Because he's not committing. And if you do anything, he can see it and he can hit confirm it. Right? So most of the time, it's in his best interest to just throw the coin and assume that you're going to block it. Right? Not because there's nothing else you can do. You could do Volcanic Viper there, and it will work. Like, you'll DP as he runs into it, and you'll DP through the coin. Yes, that will work. However, if I throw coin and wait, you will Volcanic Viper into the sky, and nothing will happen, right? Johnny coin is unfuckwittable most of the time, and so you just throw it, right? But I would say to fix your problem, just tell yourself to do that more. Like, watch your matches a little bit if you want, but also you could probably just boot up training mode and be like, what are the block strings I usually do if the CPU just keeps blocking me? You're like, oh, I throw coin there a lot. Let me try just dashing instead, right? That's how you build an understanding, in my opinion, of like, these are the spots I dash as Johnny, right? And that's not like a hard set rule. You can theoretically do it anywhere as Johnny. You could do it on the first hand run up, right? To that point, you have to spend 25 meter. Coin can't be fucked with. Yeah, exactly. Well, I say like people have reversals, right? So it's like there's some shit in the game, but and generally speaking, it's unfuckwittable, right? The other thing I was gonna say is like, yeah, that's the idea, right? Like you just start farming respect there, and depending on how much respect they give you, you adjust it, right? Like if I don't think they give me that much respect, I'll just do run up 5k. Right? But if I see an opportunity, I'll just run up and do 2H a lot right away like that, right? It's hard to get a 2H. Like, let's say you're doing neutral and you get a hit like this. You can't just 2H that, right? Normally, you would do something like coin to get in. Or you're like, well, I already farmed respect. Let me just get in and do 2H. That's how you get 2H. Right? That's how you scare people into shit like that. It's the threat of what could happen. Not what's actually happened. It's just the threat of what could happen. And then similarly, like, you just do this. At any point. This is the same thing as coin. It's just better. This is just coin, but better. And it costs 25 bar. Because it's better. Right? But I would say both of those are true. Right? Both of those are, like, situations where you're like, yeah, I do a lot of ZYYRC here, but I can also just move forward. Right? And then the last piece of advice I'll give you is basically think of Johnny as a character where you're probably dialing in the hit confirm half the time in these situations. That's not always true. Johnny can definitely get around it. But if I'm like resetting my pressure here, I'm probably gonna do 2 buttons like this. Right? The key would be understanding you can do other buttons to reduce pushback. You can do 2 buttons like this. This will still give you a good amount of time to see if he got hit, right? In other words, say he only blocks first hit. I still have a lot of time. I have 2p, 5k into far slash to hit confirm. That's plenty of time, right? And it helps me because if I do something like this, let's make him block everything again. If I do something like this, this is a lot nicer to cancel off of because I can throw coin easily, I can do YRC easily, I can even press 2S still sometimes on some characters. They're like really big and fat. But it gives you a lot of time to be like, oh cool, like I've seen like good Johnnies will do it in like 2 buttons. They'll see that you didn't get hit by here and they'll be like, cool, I'll just walk forward or do something else. Like you still don't want to match there versus Johnny, but the key is like these buttons didn't push Johnny out, did they? These buttons do. They pushed Johnny out quite a bit. Those other ones didn't. I don't see enough Johnnies consider like how good like pressing smaller sequences like this is, right? This is also why 2k on a redash is also pretty good, because it leaves you really close, right? Messing with like the start of your string here is also very strong. But if you notice, to be fair, I mean, you can use 2k. 2k is honestly the same thing. It's just better. I just think people have an easy time doing like 2p, 2k or whatever, you know, like this. But you can honestly just use 2k. You just do dash up 2k close slash like this, right? 2p 5k is alright. I would honestly, if you're gonna do something besides, the thing is when you mash redashes on shit like this, it doesn't do anything for Johnny. It just pushes him out and it makes him have to do more shit. Johnnies are scarier when they structure their offense like, okay, if I got hit here, this is an easy ass fucking combo, bro. Like, look at this. Oh wait, it's first like this. You just do this. If you block it, close slash is plus on block, bro. You can just link a button after. Usually it's far slash is the spacing that you'll get. But if they're ever instant blocking, sometimes you can just press 5k instead, right? So you can do things like, this is a hit confirm, but I'm also just plus, right? And at that point, the idea with Johnny starts to get really fucking scary. Because I'll teach you how it all ties together. It's the last thing we'll talk about. Is, let's say you got a hit. Let's say you spent coin the first time. Because you're like, you know, I want to spend coin. Because it's like a weird hit. So you spend coin. You get here. You get to far slash. Let me just do it again. Because that far slash distance, I could throw coin. Or I could just dash off the cancel, right? And then we're back where we started. This is plus on block. You're going to press a button in the far slash again. And it's like, oh, you want to match this time? Okay, I'll throw the coin. This is why Johnny pressure's fucking hard to fight, dude. Right? It's a lot about, like, it's not just... So the beginning part I teach you is like, just throw coin. Because it's going to get people to sit still. It's going to force people to sit still. And so you're going to get used to just doing block strings, right? And if you're really prepared, like, you can even make strike throw out of it, right? That's like what I tell people to do a lot of the time. So I'm just like, you know what? Use the coin to set up a strike throw. You can do that, right? You could also just do it without the coin, right? That's the idea. The coin is just there so that you never have to deal with people mashing on you. And then once you're better at it, you're like, okay, I'll just do it for free. I'll just redash for free this time. And then I think the next part for Johnny's is like, don't just redash, pick something relevant. Right? Pick something like 2k close slash. This is a really, really good string to dash back in on, because like I said, it's plus on block. If anybody mashes here, they're fucked. Right? Backdash is pretty good here depending on some characters, but for the most part, I mean, Johnny's just plus in your face. He's gonna press a button. I've seen Johnny's get so much respect out of this that they will fucking dash off of close slash. Just raw close slash. It's only +3. Right? And so the idea, one of the things to note, by the way, is you will be wrong. You're not going to be right just because your character's busted. But the point is that Johnny gets to keep doing this, like, a lot. More than other characters. I could just faultless defense Soul to push him away. That shit doesn't work versus Johnny. If this dude faultlesses me, he's still going to get hit by close... Like, look at it. It still does... He will still block close slash. It's just mad far, right? But you're like, that's fine. A lot of the times as Johnny, if I anticipate that, guess what I'm gonna do, buddy? I'm just gonna throw coin again. Like, he can fix his problems however, or he can just dash there. Faultless doesn't really solve the problem for people fighting Johnny. He just has to figure out when you're actually interacting with him, right? I find a lot of Johnny's autopilot 5k a lot, like 5k 5h a lot. I don't think it's that good. I think it just feels good to press, and it's good for setting up frame traps. This is also good if you actually want to push yourself out, by the way. That's like the thing that I think is good about this block string. There are some characters, let's say I'm fighting Heihyun. Heihyun actually has pretty good buttons to mash, bro. Why the fuck would I play this situation all the time versus her? It's actually not that good. But if I do something like this versus Heihyun, she fucking hates the game, bro. Like, this shit sucks versus Heihyun. This shit blows for Heihyun. I actually do want to push myself out. Because none of your options are good. You just jump and nothing happens. And then at any point, I could just walk forward, press one of these. And now at any point, it's like, I could just keep frame trapping or I can dash. But you do actually want to push yourself out versus a character like that. These strings are good at pushing you out when you want to. These strings are good at keeping you in when you want to. Does that make sense? There's different merit to each of these. Also, the frame advantage is obviously just different. You are literally more plus off of this. If somebody lets you do this, you're just mad plus, and the distance is identical to this. Look at, they're the same, right? If I cancel and I do 2k close flash, I'm exactly the distance I need to be. If I do this, I'm still in the range to frame trap with 5H. The difference is that you start to get real freaky with it, and you start to basically pick a button where you're like, I'm doing this big button on purpose so that I can be Omega plus when I do this. Not just kind of plus, I am Omega plus. And now you just gotta like really respect that shit. It's almost like you learn to internalize distance more than you do the button, if that makes sense. If I do this and you don't bite, I can throw coin off of that 5k. Because it's the same as if I threw coin off of far slash. They're basically identical. It's just the spacing that really matters. It's not really the button. The button does matter because attack levels are relevant, so people's actions out of the button are different based on the attack level. But most of the time, take it from me, that shit doesn't actually matter that much. Especially at like intermediate level, that shit never comes up. But anyways, that is 6 o'clock, baby. We made it. Oh my god. Oh dude, thank god we were only 6 today. I actually did a lot of auto review. But yeah, focus, to reiterate, because I did a lot of talking and not actually talking about shit, is basically, if you want a faultless, only do it at the beginning. You don't have to instant block the later stuff, but you might as well try and practice it a little bit so that you get more value out of it. If you're going to do coins less, just dash instead. People will mash versus you. That's like the point, if that makes sense. Like, you're going to get mashed on. Run some more honest Oki, especially early in the rounds, because you want to abuse the fact that Johnny's going to build a ton of meter. Even if you're not right, as long as you do block strings and stuff like that, you're going to build a ton of bar. You can even spend 1 coin, reset a block string, and by the end of that block string, maybe you built like another 25 bar because it's Johnny. Right? But delaying the usage of it means that you get to do more of them back to back to back, and it's super fucked up. And then that's like basically it, honestly. I would say that's like, those are like the main things for you to work on. A lot of it is just muscle memory and starting to like get more comfortable picking things based on the decisions that seem to be happening and not necessarily the like, I could be wrong is a bad sentiment. Oops, ad, you're good. We're basically done. But yeah, I guess if anybody's lurking and cares, I post bi-weekly VOD review. Might as well talk about it now. The forum looks like this. If you're in NorCal AFGC, I always post it there. I've thought about posting in other places, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of like lazy. And I'm just like, most people are in here. Anybody I believe will actually really want VOD review will be in there probably and like make usage of it. But also, if anybody wants to not have to worry about being in the specific Discord, you can just follow me on Bluesky, bro. Is at Bike and Player. I'll post it on like Mondays. They happen bi-weekly-ish. And I rotate the days usually. It's Saturday or Sunday. This time was Saturday. But yeah. I'm going to cut the VOD here because I like to just upload it right away. I've been pretty good about it. So I'm high-key. On God, I'm going to go buy some food because I'm so hungry I don't want to cook. And then It's also at Bike and Player. The YouTube, for anybody that wants to go back and ever revisit any of these, they're on the at Bike and Player YouTube. So same at, you just YouTube it. In fact, maybe I'll post the link actually, because I remember one time I tried to look it up and it was a little bit of a pain in the butt to find. I got a plug for more subscribers. Second place at Only Mids was partly for you. Just do it for yourself, man. Don't worry. I love tooting my own horn. Don't even sweat it, buddy. Hold on, let me link the, and then we'll cut the VOD. Don't worry. I always love being like, yeah, I told him to do that shit. It's such an easy layup. Let me see. Let me go to the channel. If anybody wants the actual link, if you want to go through the painstaking effort to copy it, it's that's the direct YouTube link for the channel. All the VOD reviews are posted there too if anybody wants to go back there on a playlist. But yeah, that's it for me. I'm gonna get some food. Maybe I come back and stream, but I'm kind of gassed. I'll probably just get a chill and stream tomorrow or something. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later. If you want more Exerd, for anybody lurking Exerd specifically, I don't think there's any streams besides myself, maybe. There's a couple locals. If you guys want to check out, it looks like Akai's Exerd locals going on right now. I'll post that in the chat. And then there's another person, I don't know of them. Like, I don't recognize the name at all. So if you want to take a leap of faith on them, go for it. But for now, I'll catch you guys later. You guys have a good